SteelSeries updated because I had to reboot the computer to install new graphics drivers.
Mm-hmm.
And this update introduced preset changing to the GUI of Sonar, which of course broke Sonar.
Yeah, because
So why not?
because they have to put their bloatware where it doesn't belong. Of course. I just want functional software. I miss functional software being the norm.
Yeah, they stopped coding that back when, it stopped being profitable. We started getting more RAM and bigger processors, and then they went, oh, so I guess we don't have to, completely streamline every single line of code anymore. Just get more RAM, bro.
Yeah, just go to downloadmoreram.com and download more RAM. It's easy.
Yeah, what are you, fucking stupid? Everyone knows you just download more RAM. This guy in China does it for me. It works every time. My computer always gets faster.
China, not India?
Yeah. So anyway, before Sign does something
Indian
stupid...
RAM, you're bold.
So basically, I want to clear the air right there. It's not that the developers were like, oh, I guess we can make more shit programs. No, what happened is the production company said, huh, you mean we have more RAM now so we don't have to optimize and spend all this money optimizing? Then fucking hell like you're gonna spend time optimizing, you're making more programs. And then the developer looks at the company and goes, but this is the program you had us make. We don't make other programs. I guess we'll fire you. I just came out with a new update for the program. It completely changes the GUI and breaks like half of it. I guess I have to go bug fix now.
Yeah.
That's how the discussion goes. It's quite literally introducing problems so you can fix them. So you can keep your job, because producer companies always think that all you have to do is just fire the developer after the program's done being made, because you don't need them anymore.
Job security, son.
It's like, well, congratulations. You've now convinced an entire generation of developers to make shitty programs specifically so they can keep their jobs. Because you don't pay them enough to go between jobs. Like, it'd be one thing if we paid developers, like, $200K or some shit, like, a year, and they could just be like, alright, well, I'm okay not having work for 6 months while I find the next company that needs a program developed. But we don't pay them that. We pay them, like, 40K. So, it's like, well, I don't really have money to not have a job, so I guess I'll just make an inferior program that requires my constant presence to fix.
I would say that doesn't even cover, like, what happens with video games. Like, real programmers
that's just old devs. Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just old devs. The new devs, they're fucking just stupid. Like, they aren't thinking about job security. They're not thinking about optimization. They're Googling, how do I function in C#?
Ugh.
Yeah. So...
that's what happens when you hire people right out of college with no experience, but they're college educated, so obviously they're better.
Yeah. I mean, it's also what happens when you don't hire positions like internships or junior positions where the person comes on and their job is to learn under the senior developer, who then teaches them how to develop and how to code and how to specifically fix the fucking program that they were hired to originally make and or work on. So that when the senior developer leaves the company and or retires, you have the junior developer who's ready to become a senior developer. Wow! Oh my god, it works!
You've now got a small pool to choose from. Tech jobs really were like the perfect internship positions, and they just said nah.
Yep.
Fuck that.
Well,
Because
you
turns
see,
out
it
people need money to live, and they weren't willing to pay people for internships, so people were like, get fucked.
Yeah, but college programming
actually
was
it's two part,
also a thing that
three
used to
part
do
actually.
well. It was usually for like engineers could get
Yep.
internships in college, and it would count towards
But
credits as well for graduation.
so I can actually
Lawyers
tell
could do
you
the
what
same.
changed.
I saw it for everything except the tech industry.
Yep. So it's actually it's obviously a multifaceted problem. The problem number one is the people in charge don't understand technology, so they don't know how to make an employment structure around it. And so, you know what happens whenever upper management doesn't know how to do something? Atin knows the answer to this one.
What do I know the answer to?
What happens when upper management doesn't know how to do something?
It becomes your fucking problem.
Well, no, yes, but no. When upper management doesn't know how to
they
do
deem that it's
something, they
not
go
important.
to a. Well, yes, also that. But
And
they
then they
still
try to
want it
cut
done
it.
anyway. They go to accounting and say, accounting, how do we do this cheap as possible?
Hire Indians.
No, that's like stage 5B. So what happened is way back in the day of, the .com bubble, we had all of these people who had lots of IT skills, because they created their own .com businesses. And then when the .com bubble crashed, they suddenly needed jobs. And so the job market got flooded by a bunch of high-skill people who were going to take any job. So that's why a entry-level IT job requires 10 years of experience now. Because accounting got used to just hiring people who already knew what to do.
Yeah, partly.
And then the next facet is, again, like I said, the upper management not knowing how to handle IT, so they went to accounting and said accounting and work with HR and create a hierarchy structure for IT. And accounting came up with, well, we only need one person because that's the cheapest method possible. And
Yep.
because accounting also doesn't know what IT is, they just put in an entry-level service position because what else would you need them for? IT just resets passwords, right?
Yes.
No.
Greetings, users.
Hello. So you have that issue as well. And then on top of that, you also have the intern positions, which, of course, accounting was like, well, why would we pay someone for an intern position? They should do it for free, like I did back in my day, 70 years ago.
Fuck that. I work for money.
Back when I could buy a house by just, selling my sister wife.
By mowing my fucking
True.
aunt's lawn.
Yeah,
My
like
house
back when I
costs
could buy a house for
$6.
$5,000, yeah. Yeah,
And that
so
wasn't even outside the realm of possibility for most of middle-class America either.
right, exactly.
Right?
I was depressed because I found out what my grandparents bought their house for in a relatively affluent section of
I'm gonna say 25.
10.
it was
3,300.
let's see, what was it? I had the screenshot. Yeah, it was 3,300, and that's because they paid an optional 4,000 for the 2-car attached garage and the fireplace in the basement.
Australian man got it. Got to know the value of your house when you're breaking into it.
God fucking damn it.
Hey, could be worse. Most of our land was kind of won over from, well, people who went to Pakistan after the partition, let's say. We
Yeah.
didn't pay shit. We just killed some
Yeah,
people.
true. Well, I mean, that is the most base form of purchasing land. But yeah, no. So I mean, it's a compounding issue that's only going to get worse because to make it even worse, um, now the Zoomer generation doesn't know how to critically think. The Zoomer generation doesn't know how computers work. And when you combine these two, that means not only can they not fix a problem when it occurs, but they can't even comprehend how to start trying to fix the problem. Which obviously, I mean, is step 0, go to Google.
The amount of times I've been able to fix my technical issues by going, Google, what is the problem here?
Right?
And some fucking
Like
Indian man
80%
explained
of
it to
tech
you.
issues.
Speaking of tech
Now, I
issues,
will
my
say,
fucking M3 Mac died in front of me in office. And
nice.
that happened on Tuesday. My IT has still not given me a new one.
I mean, that's just the gods
Average.
of technology blessing you by killing a Mac.
Oh, see
Yes,
that.
indeed.
Yes.
So basically, they were like, so we're in the middle of acquiring M4 Mac. And like our M3 line, we only have the 14-inch ones. Do you want one? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then like he went and went like, oh wait, we can't give you that. That's for interns and artists only. You know, like, why?
What do you
Just
mean
give me
the
the small
intern?
Mac.
Why does the intern get a better computer than you?
Oh no, worse. I
Wait.
get the 16, but I want the small one because it's easy to take around, right? But so they can't give me that. They're like, no, you will get the 16-inch Mac Pro. And I'm like, oh, fucking man, whatever, dude. Just how fast can you get it to me? He's like, well, technically, we can have it in your hands by the end of the day. End of the day comes, they're like, oh, we couldn't get it. I'm like, okay. So tomorrow, I turn up to office. I didn't need to be at office. I turn up. The IT guy is missing, and the other IT guy goes like, well, your laptop's in here, so I don't know what to do. I don't go the third day because I'm like, it's not my work. It's a work from home day for me, and I'm like, okay, so what are you gonna do about this? He's like, listen, I'm gonna get it vendored to you because we have like a fun delivery vendor that works for like all these like hybrid people. They basically just deliver it. We'll get it to you by lunchtime. Lunchtime came and went. I messaged him after that. He's like, oh yeah, our vendor never came, right? So we will give it to you by the end of the day. That's when he said he'd be here. The day goes by, I fall asleep, wake up the next day, and he's like, okay, so our vendor is still missing. Can you come to office? And I'm like,
So the IT guy's missing, the vendor's missing. Is there some sort of cocaine
Bro.
deal going on?
Bro,
no, and
I
then I
think
go to
you might
office.
have the Iranian problem.
No.
Yeah,
Then I go
do you need to
office.
go get a gun and save your IT guy?
Oh no, it got funnier, right?
Oh
So I
no,
went
that's
to
not what
Oh,
office.
I meant.
God.
I meant that much like the Iranian army, they have a bunch of positions that don't actually exist because people are stealing money.
Mm,
Oh
yes.
no, we have these guys. The vendor has delivered my screens and all before. It's just everything is going wrong at the wrong time, right? So on
Right,
that
yeah.
on Friday, he's like, yeah, just go to office. There's this guy there. He'll give it to you. I go to him and he goes like, we do not. He repeats what the first guy said at the beginning. We don't have any 16 inches. Can I give you 14 inch? I'm like, yeah, sure. Then he goes to his manager, comes back and says, we can't give you 14 inch. We have to give you a 16 inch. That's complete policy. And I'm like, okay, but I have not worked for 3 days and I have three very major releases coming up, right? And he's like, you have the testing tablet, right? Which I'd gotten like a few weeks ago from this guy.
Oh,
I'm like, yeah, I
God.
do. I'm gonna give you one of these wireless keyboards and you can set up Slack on that and so Zoom as well. So I've been working off a tablet for 2 days now.
How's that going?
And honestly, it's better than the Mac.
When you say tablet, do you mean iPad or do you mean like
No, it's the Samsung, the latest one, the S10
Yeah,
Plus or
yeah,
whatever
okay.
it's called.
Oh,
That's what I expect.
okay.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
Easier than
I
a
was
Mac.
about
Yeah,
to,
makes
I was,
sense.
And they
Yeah.
gave
I
me
was
a
about
good
to
keyboard.
say,
They
if
didn't
you're
skip
saying
out on
it's,
that,
I
and
was
it's
about to say,
really
Yeah.
good.
if you're calling a tablet better than a Mac M3, I'm gonna assume it's like this year current,
Oh yeah,
top of the line.
like literally the S10 Plus.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
This one, hold on.
Yep. Yep. Spiffy.
It is really good. Plus, like, the way the cover is and all, like, the fucking keyboard, it has, like, a sliding thing. You just slide the tablet into it, and I've got a full laptop, basically.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
now
I've seen
I'm-
those before. Yeah.
Samsung tablets are pretty good when they don't have exploding battery issues.
So I'm just like,
So-
now I'm just stopping. I just stopped asking him, like, give it to me whenever the fuck. I actually prefer working on this kind of.
Oh man, it is always a ride whenever we get fucking phone calls from. So my company charges in 2 different ways, per user and per device. And sometimes our clients will try and skimp on costs by not informing us of their entire employee list. Which you can imagine makes it a little bit hard to help someone. If
Who
they
doesn't
call in,
exist.
they're like, hey, yeah, I'm John Smith from Fuck It Incorporated. I'm like, well, John Smith, unfortunately, you're not on the roster. So I'm going to have to call your boss and check in with him. He's like, but I just need help with this. I'm like, well, that's unfortunate, John Smith, because as far as we're concerned, you don't exist. So bring it up with your boss.
Yeah, hey, maybe you should ask
So-
your boss why you're fired because you're not on my list, bro.
Well, it says here,
Yeah, that sounds like a great way to start shit
your
with the
LinkedIn
company.
says you're in the
Right.
company.
Yeah.
Actually, I actually have
Maybe-
a note.
maybe
Actually, it's
don't
good you
use
called.
that-
I have a note here. I'm supposed to wipe your computer and have you escorted from the building.
Yeah, you
The
should.
musk bots
go
will
to
be
your-
by momentarily.
You should go to
I'll
your
be honest,
LinkedIn and
That
tell
sounds like
him
a
that's
good way to
fucking open to
speedrun
work
your
tab back
career in
on.
IT.
True. You know what? Speaking of which, Max, you remind me that there was a story I'd have to tell about that. So we had a coworker at my company.
Oh,
He was
boy.
a tier 2 tech. He
Mhm.
Oh, no.
we got a client, and they really liked this coworker. He used the big fancy words, made them feel really good and confident when he worked on their issues.
Oh, I bet he did.
I bet he has like a fucking business degree of some sort. A shitty
Now-
one nonetheless.
Our company has a policy of non-compete that actually
Jeez.
applies to our clients, not to the employees. If our client
that work?
wants to hire, well, it's very basic. If our client wants to hire one of our company's employees or former employees within 2 years of them leaving the company, they have to pay a $50,000 fine.
Okay.
Ah,
The
people
company or
from
the
poaching.
employee?
The company.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's perfectly legal.
I mean, it's literally don't poach our guys. Or if you do,
Yeah.
give us money for it.
You had to pay them us a year's
I'll-
of
I'll-
their salary.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I would be very flattered if I was poached. They're like, yes, you are worth a $50,000 fine on top of whatever we pay you per year now.
Yeah.
But
And so he got hired on as their on-site IT attaché, who would then communicate with us, the company, to assist in any additional IT needs. So they would still keep us as a IT company, but he would be there to, you know, do passwords and shit and set up new computers and whatever else that needed to be done that they didn't have to go through our processes for.
something
and
which
that's
should be
music
perfectly reasonable.
to any IT company's ears. Because that means we can devote less people to fixing their problems but get paid the same amount.
Yeah.
Bean counters love it.
So, he starts spinning his yarn, feeding them a whole bunch of bullshit about their servers and replacements and setup delays and oh, he doesn't have permissions, he needs accounts, he needs passwords. Now, unfortunately, for him, I was the other person that this company really, really likes. Which means that whenever
class
he
of
said he
idiots.
needed something, guess who they ran to? Me.
You.
Which means he got it very quickly. Which, if you're spinning a whole bunch of bullshit so you can string along someone so you can keep your IT job that basically has you doing absolutely nothing, isn't good.
They start noticing patterns.
Yes, the noticing occurs.
The noticing.
And yes. And so yeah, he got fired very quickly.
As he should.
And he also wasn't allowed to come back to work for us.
Well, yeah.
But so yeah, that's what happened. Dude, it's like I cannot understand this, right? Like, dude had the cushiest job in existence. All he had to do was migrate a fucking server and set up a new domain controller.
Wait.
All he had to do.
Okay.
And he fucked it up.
W-
Just
Was he
completely
a
blew it.
tier? Was he a tier 2 at your company before
Yeah.
he was poached?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know how to migrate a server. I could probably teach myself in about 30 minutes through
Super
forums
easy.
and threads. But if I was tier 2, I would expect my tier 2s to be capable of doing that with 10 minutes of Googling to remind themselves how to do it, not teach themselves how to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
He
the
was
kind of
given
like
weeks.
we
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, he was good at his bullshit. He was really good at bullshitting.
Okay. Does server migration generally involve literally just taking the data and moving it from one set of hardware to another set of hardware?
No.
Sort of. It really depends on the server. Unfortunately, this was not just a file server. This was a domain controller, which means you had to, move the FOSMO roles, and you had to you had to move roles around. You had to reconfigure replication, a whole bunch of fucking
Settings,
shit.
permissions, roles, data.
Okay.
It's
So
Yeah,
complicated.
but if you
okay,
already have a
with
secondary domain controller, it's not that big of a fucking deal. You just you make the other domain controller the new primary, and you turn off this one.
okay.
Sneaky.
Is
Come
there
on now. Most
any
companies don't do that. That's expensive.
is there any
Yeah.
reasonable situation in which it should take several weeks
No.
for a small business server migration to occur? Not like
Yeah, this is
even
below
even
100
even
employee
hard
company.
Like that.
like
Absolutely. And that
even
that situation is they didn't want to take the downtime to do it.
Yeah, well, okay, yes, that is absolutely true, but for a sub 100 employee company, no, there is pretty much, barring the employee company being retarded, no reason why a server migration would take multiple weeks.
Seasonal business bumps and slumps. We used to have one at a previous job where during the spring, summer, and fall, we'd get swamped with business. Then come winter, nothing, it dies. So for that entire 3-season period, we couldn't do shit, and we had to defer everything until that one quarter of the year where, okay, now that everything's slowed down, we actually have time to take and do our maintenance and everything we need to do.
so
Yeah,
so literally no one's available to do it should be the only reasonable situation where this occurs.
effectively.
No one's available to do it, or this machine cannot go down at all while we still have clients demanding things.
Okay.
Uh,
That's all right.
Yeah, very specific circumstances that would not result in you being fired for not doing it.
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
the
no, hell no.
employee company would know that, well, we can't take it down. Yeah. So no, yeah, he was bullshitting for multiple weeks because it would have been a little bit hard where there was some replication problems already in place from the previous IT company, and there was some issues with server roles, and yeah, it was looking to be a bitch and a half of a server move, but it's still just a server move.
It should have still been well within his.
It wasn't even
Right.
enterprise level. Yeah, it was like, I'm
Oh,
sorry,
man.
but
I mean, okay, if you're being realistic about it, you can do literally everything you need to do for the server move. The data transfers,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
setup, all of that bullshit. You can do it hot. You can do it while the other server is still active. The only thing that you need to worry about is the swap over from the old server to the new server, where you shut down the old one, switch over to the new one, make sure everything's working, and then test it. And
Yeah.
that takes like 2 to 3 days tops. And yeah, you do that over a weekend, and oh, hey, look, everything worked out over the weekend. It's fine. We're good. You pulled a few extra hours. You had to pay somebody some overtime, but it works, and now we're good. You can do it in the middle of any kind of busy schedule like that.
Yeah.
But corporate are allergic to doing that on certain things.
Yeah, corporate's always allergic to paying overtime unless the server's literally on fire.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that happened when our server literally caught fire.
Wait, like,
Yeah, I wasn't speaking
Not
euphemistically.
surprised.
oh,
I was speaking quite literally.
That was
Okay.
now, in fairness to my IT team and in fairness to the suits, it was in no way our fault the servers caught fire. They were in a temperature controlled room, and it just so happened that someone exploded the transformer down the street, which took out the power.
Oh, that
to our-
event, yeah.
Yeah,
I
which took
see.
out the power. Well, it didn't just take out the power; it fucked the power up for our entire building. Like, I mean, like,
yeah, power surge probably
fucking-
ran rampant.
yeah, I mean, fucking wild ass disco stuff, and bro, it took that AC unit out and it cooked the shit out of the servers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that, yeah. But yeah. I mean, there is situations, but definitely not excusable in his case. So yeah, they fired him.
Understand.
It's just I don't understand people like that who literally fuck themselves. It's just like, you had an easy job. Why would
Yeah.
you not try and keep it?
indeed.
Alright. Alright, so time to test out my new water.
Oh, Sneaky, now that you've had it for a few days, has the Chinesium chair broken?
The Chinesium chair is not broken. I also don't know if
Wait,
it's made of
which chair?
Chinesium. The Titan.
The secret
I think
lab
the
chair, it's
title
not
is made of-
Chinesium, it's
Yeah, it's
steel.
not Chinese film.
Oh, you actually went with that. I thought you went with that thing from Timo.
What? No. Who the hell sent me something from Timu?
He says
Fuck if
that
I
the fucking
remember.
Timu chair starts playing that one fucking rap song that you get with like all the memes from Timu. I got the new Ford on the Jeep. Like everything just breaks off at the same point.
Damn, that does taste different.
What, the chair?
Yes, I'm licking the fucking chair. No, my distillery.
With you, it's boss.
Damn, that's creepy. Ugh. Oh, that's disgusting.
What?
See, that sounds like you're licking your chair.
So I got a distillery. Heat-based distillery for my water.
Oh, like a Okay, I thought you were like moonshining or something.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, it's the same principle. But no. I got a heat-based distillery for my water. because I was Tectone was talking about it, and I was like, okay, how bad could it really be? He's like on city water, and well, after evaporation, there is a sludge that was left behind.
Ew.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always gonna be like,
sorry to tell you, Sneaky, but tap water is sadly flavored with several things.
Ah, yes.
You
Water with minimal
you
sewage.
did clean out the entire unit first before using it, right?
Oh yeah, I wiped it down.
No, you're
Why?
supposed to wash it out with soap and water first.
Yeah, because there's gonna be like
Um,
stuff from the manufacturing process, right?
Yeah.
No, I literally can't. It literally says here, do not wash with soap. It will ruin the protective coating.
Okay, so they have
Okay,
their own
what's-
protective coating. Then you should be good.
Okay. What's the instructions say for pre-use cleaning?
Actually has nothing
Just
here
rinse
for
it?
pre-use cleaning. Disconnect tank from. So here, the only thing they have here is maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does the maintenance
So it
include
says here.
cleaning?
Disconnect the distiller from power source, allow it fully to cool. Rinse and wipe tank daily using clean water. Make sure to dry when not in use. Calcium and residue will accumulate on stainless steel lining. Monthly cleaning is recommended. To clean the tank, use the provided stainless steel coating approved cleaning powder to wipe away the residue. Use a soft microfiber cloth or paper towel to clean the components. Do not use corrosive agents, steel cleaning agents, or soap. The only thing that can be done cleaning with soap is the bottle that the water pours into. Yeah, so.
Okay, because if you used it and the water you got tastes funky, that sounds like you picked up something from the manufacturing process
yeah,
that wasn't cleaned out.
Oh,
Yeah, I
no,
feel like
I
the
meant
first
it
description should
tasted
just be like
different
this
from
one.
the tap water.
Oh,
Oh, I thought you meant it tasted funky.
No, I know what funky water tastes like.
So it tastes fine?
I mean, I don't drink distilled water all that often, so it's definitely a new experience. But it definitely, tastes cleaner.
to be clear, drinking distilled water is always going to taste weird because it's been you're removing everything, right? I want to be clear. Drinking pure
I know,
distilled
I'm removing
water
everything. Yeah.
is not
Including the
good for
minerals.
you, actually. Like,
No, I'm aware. You need to add
all
the,
the
you need to
minerals and
re-add the
also
minerals
the-
and shit.
isn't distilled water basically what's used for like batteries and stuff, like those old alkalines? The ones that are used in like power backup stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, or power batteries.
They also use it for shit like vodka and whatnot.
Alright. I was like, so does yours look like a crack pipe like the one I posted in the channel?
Yeah, they pretty much all look like crack pipes, but no, mine's a
'Cause,
big kettle.
Yeah, that's the one like I'm looking at right now, and I'm like, huh. Is it even worth getting?
I mean, if you ever question your water's cleanliness,
Please, I live in India, dude. Of course I do.
well then, yes.
I have like a reverse osmosis thing, but that's like every house has one here, so I'll get one and I'll see like exactly how much goop comes out of it.
Well, reverse osmosis is part of the whole setup. The reverse osmosis is a 7-part setup that uses distillation at one of the steps.
Alright, yeah, I have a reverse. I have an RO machine, so
Yeah, so if you already got an RO machine, you need to distill it.
I need it. Alright, that was perfect.
I mean, really, if we're being serious, you need to use an RO machine, then boil it, and then add your own balance of vitamin, waters, and minerals, and that's the only way you can ever be perfectly safe. But
Well, I mean, to be fair, it is being boiled while. Oh, reverse osmosis. Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, distilling does boil it.
yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Like, you need to do a reverse osmosis system, then distill it, and then add your
No,
your
reverse
own balance.
osmosis includes. It's a 7-step process that includes distilling, which is boiling.
Yes,
So-
but you should do it a second time.
Double distill that shit.
Generally
Double distill the
speaking-
shit out of that water.
Yes, you should actually, if you're that paranoid.
Well, I mean, to be
Okay.
fair, vodka is 7 times distilled. The good stuff, at least.
Agreed.
Yeah, but that's my point. Like, if someone's that paranoid about it, you should be distilling it several times.
Oh yeah, no, that's literally yeah. I didn't get that specific one, but yeah, I got someone that does that. Yeah. Oh, it's in rupees. I was like, fucking $8,000. That's not what I
That
have. Anyway. What should begin tonight? What do we do? What's happened recently? Any big series? Anything update recently?
Nothing.
Alright. Well then, let's spin the wheel. What will the wheel land on today? Okay, so we got an Aussie here. Okay. PJO stories. Ruby. Killionaire wants us to do Ruby.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Hell difficulty tutorial now has Royal Road based fanfiction. Alright, well,
Oof.
you know.
Oh no. So
I'm not
the
sure
body
why.
of a
That's
Korean
very weird.
manhwa has
A
fanfiction.
NASCAR fanfic? Bro, come on.
But
please.
what the fuck would they talk about in NASCAR? Like, yes, Dale Earnhardt
Another
Jr.
left
kind of
turn.
regresses.
Another left turn!
Regression of the king. My family was NASCAR race, but then we died. Now I'm back for revenge.
Now I've been isekai'd into NASCAR world. Where everything is decided by a NASCAR duel.
Yeah.
It's really goddamn
No,
expensive,
he's
and it
using
explains
his-
the smog levels.
But it's fun.
He's using his greatest technique. He's believing. He's turning right.
He's driving in reverse. Is that even allowed?
He's using his special
Uh.
attack. Rear end.
Anyway, so, Percy Jackson and the Olympians. You promised by a female author.
Oh Jesus! What I was gonna say was, hearing about that, it just makes me wish that stupid fucking racing, mecha
Ka-chow.
racing anime that we'd gotten from Cartoon Network had stuck with the horrible Death World mech battles as a way of resolving things, because that was way more interesting.
Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's nuts?
No, no.
It's a series called IGPX, which I
Yeah.
don't remember any death battles
Oh.
occurring in there. I'm still
I
convinced
don't
like
remember
that was
that at
a
all.
fever dream on his part.
No,
I'm
no.
pretty sure that was
the
a fever dream.
original Toonami game for it
Wait, Max, didn't
had
you
death
find
battles.
like that
I
one
found
Hey,
mecha
I
customization
found it in a
racing
Flash
game on
archive.
Steam back in
No,
the day?
I found it. You said that wasn't it, making me think I was crazy. Then you came back 2 months later. Oh, that was it. Second,
No, I found in a
the
Flash
game,
archive of it that works.
the games weren't always accurate to what the shows were.
Well, I did look it up. The original
Oh,
pitch
you
for
looked it up.
IGPX was like
Original pitch.
mech death battle thing, and somehow it got turned into like a happy kids racing anime, and I was like, this is not what I signed up for. I signed up for Gundam. I signed up for depressed children.
Come on,
I
man.
signed up for
They're
child soldiers.
It's kind of hard to be sad when you're racing, unless you're in a Ferrari in Formula
It's
1.
hard to be sad
Right.
when you're a racist.
Alright,
That
so
too,
I
to
heard
be
you
honest.
guys. I had
Oh,
my mic off, but I heard you guys doing all that NASCAR stuff. Why were you guys just making fucking anime shonen
oh.
cars?
Apparently what Atin is remembering was actually a 5-episode micro series that was nothing but combat, and then a 26-episode spin-off series that focused on the racing aspect.
Yeah, the
Amazing.
micro series was great.
That's impressive. Hey, yeah, so we got really popular with our micro series about combat. So we were thinking about continuing it. Oh, great, cool. What aspect? Well, we want this to be for kids. So can you just talk about the racing part? What?
What?
What? Bro, that's like... So, I'm playing Stalker 2 a lot, right? Got about like 60 hours in it now.
How was it?
Great game. The 1.0 patch, literally just fucking fixed 650 bugs. It's so much more
nice.
playable now. Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
crazy more playable. Yeah. They did major rebalancing as well. Even though they said they might not get to it, they did some major rebalancing. The mutants are actually fucking killable now. The weapons don't take an entire country's GDP to repair.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. They're really listening to the community so far. It's going pretty great. The biggest mod maker of the previous 3 games is helping out with some rebalancing mods in the meantime between patches. So that's also been really great. Overall, the story's pretty cool. The setting is nice. The anomalies are tolerable. Could it be better? Absolutely. But like, as far as I would go in terms of grading it now with the bugs fixed, I would say maybe it's like an 8, 9 out of 10. But anyway, I was playing a lot of Stalker, right? And I encountered a bug that had not been fixed yet, so I, of course, ran to Google, and unfortunately, Google is currently still trying to show me people having issues with this same thing in a different way that already was fixed. So this fix, it's one of those legendary fixes where the fix fixed the issue that people were encountering first, and that was preventing them from encountering the second issue. So the second issue didn't get fixed. Yeah.
I will forever remember the 3 hot fixes in a row to fix a major patch in Warframe one year. We had 3 hot fixes, each fixing the previous one. Because it kept making more bugs.
Of course.
Hey, I mean, there's
So,
like a weapon in fucking
I
Destiny
look forward
2
to you reporting back
that-
in 2 weeks when they fix this new bug, Sneaky, only to create another bug that does the same thing regardless.
Yeah.
Possibly.
In Destiny 2, there's a gun that is like so notorious for its bugs because like, every time they patched it, like a new bug would turn up.
Oh yeah,
Like,
it's that one. it's
the
the
fucking
Telesto,
linear
right?
view- Yeah, the Telesto. Yeah, like it's still not fixed, man. Point out.
At
Every
what
time
Becomes
they
such a meme.
At this point, I'm half convinced they're putting bugs into the Telesto to keep the meme rolling.
At what point does a game dev simply give up and accept that divine intervention is taking place, causing these bugs?
Listen, not if you're Bungie. My favorite part is that Bungie was like, for years, Bungie was saying, no, we aren't rigging the loot rolls. Turns out they were. They were just doing it on accident.
Yeah, I remember
Oh
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
the wait
Are
gate.
you
The waiting, yeah.
serious?
They literally
they
called it
s-
wait gate.
Yeah, they somehow accidentally had this weird thing where when you looked at the data, no, the rolls weren't weighted, but this specific set of perks, like putting perks in certain spots, weighted them to pair with other perks, so it was getting weighted, just not in a way that their data would show.
Wait, what are you talking about?
So certain rolls you can get on your guns with certain effects had a percentage chance base, and a lot of these new guns that were coming out with the new I think it's the new dungeon specifically,
Yeah,
had a specific set of combo that when you put a graph of it from the data collected from players and shit, would show a specific chances of certain pairs of traits having incredibly small chances of occurring.
like 2% and less chances.
Wait, what game are we still talking about?
Destiny
Destiny
2.
2.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there
okay,
was a recent
Oh, yeah,
bug
yeah,
with
like
the
that.
dungeon. Go on. Cruel?
He's
He died.
perished.
Okay. But yeah, that was an interesting
Right.
thing of just like seeing how the roles just were a thing. It's like, okay, so this was a thing. We didn't believe you,
I
but
can-
someone actually did the math and actually pulled in the information. It's like, okay, he's actually telling the truth. There's a problem.
Yeah.
So,
Nash, Indra has taken Cruel.
All right, no. I just
Indeed.
changed my VPN node. I think my VPN node was fucking up. I'm audible now?
So anyway, as I was saying, I'm playing a lot of Stalker, encounter a bug, and I try to use Google. Google doesn't work. So I try to go to Reddit. No one on Reddit's been posting about it yet. So I have to go to their Discord. I go to their Discord. That's a whole fucking thing and a half because at some point in time my phone number got disconnected from my account, but this was an official Discord, so you had to have a verified phone number account to post on it, and I had to figure out what account was possibly using my phone number. None of them were, but it turns out my phone number itself was used to make an account at one point, so I had to reset the password through that. So then I tried removing my phone number from that account, but Discord detected that this was the first time. No, I can. Discord, however, detected this was the first time I was accessing this account on this computer in this location, which is true.
Wait, what?
And so it wanted me to verify that I wanted to do this, that I was real, that I had access to this account, and I should be having access to this account. And so what did it need me to do? Well, to disable my phone number for being used for this account, I had to first verify my phone number. Okay?
Okay.
Then I had to put my password in. Okay, I did that, but the phone number's still there. Okay, so there's a problem now. In the process of verifying my phone number, it adds my phone number to the account as a verification method. To remove the phone number.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Deleted the account. So,
Wait, this
finally.
Steam, right?
No, Discord.
Oh, okay.
So finally,
Discord.
I get my phone number onto my Discord account. I go to the Stalker Discord. I get in there. I start typing. Everyone's talking about it. I'm excited. Someone says shit, and the bot penalizes them for language. And I'm just sitting here like, language? He said shit! Stalker 2 is a fucking M game!
Wasn't like there one.
It's an M game about you shooting people!
Wasn't there a Discord that was banning people for saying Germany because it has the word man in it and that's gender?
Yes.
Language?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man,
And then,
fuck.
so
That
then
is
someone later on says, I really hate how you have to kill the guide. Because the guide turns out to be a traitor. So you have to kill him. You don't have an option of not killing him. And the bot penalizes him for saying the word kill. And it's like, bro, this is a game where you drink vodka to remove radiation and shoot people to steal their stuff. What the fuck?
Bruh. That
Sir,
is some
sir, I regret to
Oh
inform
no,
you.
they have a thing for this. So I'm just reading on the Reddit, like where people complain with the moderator bans everywhere for nothing, and apparently they hired a team of moderators to help them just during the release. So they were new to the team and well, they've overdone it a bit.
Wait, which game?
Stalker.
Oh no, this is a bot.
No, because I'm reading this and they literally have it written here. We have just recruited a team of moderators to help us with release. Yeah, hold up.
Yeah, post it. Yeah. Anyway, you promised by girl author. Ian has 2 friends. One friend left him. What happens if he meets her again? Ian knows something has changed, and he intends to find out what. And he thinks it has to do with this guy called Percy Jackson.
What?
We've just recruited a team of moderators to help us on release. Some of them are new to Steam. Oh. Yes, spoiler alert, she's an author insert. Yeah, obviously.
Well, of course it's an author insert.
Oh, so wait, what happened to the Steam forums? You gotta, can you post the whole thread or something? Because
apparently it's really bad. Because they're just like banning everybody up there for everything.
But for what? Like, I don't understand what exactly are they banning? Yeah, please. Because I really want to see what they're banning. Like, okay, some of them are new to Steam, so I'm assuming new to Steam means they're new to gamer culture and they don't understand the attitudes that the Stalker community and the greater Steam community typically have when it comes to interacting with each other. Like, I'm trying to understand what exactly is so comedic about these guys going off and banning people. And what exactly they're banning people for. But anyway. So yeah, female author, 400 words, not a big surprise, not... Do we... Okay, we're clicking on it. Oh, hi, this is my first fanfic.
Is that high spelled H-I or high spelled H-A-I?
H-I.
Okay, I thought it might have been a meme.
No.
Ah. 0704. They were born July 4th. Joined August 23rd. They're in 9th grade. That would be about 9th grade. That was 14?
14 or 15, yeah.
14 to 16.
Yeah. Yeah, 14 sounds about right. Yeah. 2010. They were born in 2010. Yeah. What are you doing in the PJO section?
People born after 2000 don't exist, Sneaky.
They were born a decade after.
Then obviously it's a bot, because people born after 2000 don't exist.
I have bad news for you, Sign. They do exist.
They are, in fact, in the room with you right now.
I'm sorry, Simon, but people born after 2000 do exist, but people born after Nintendo DS don't exist yet.
These
No,
were
they
region
exist too.
locked.
No, they don't. 2004,
that
anyone
was
born after
racist.
2004 doesn't exist.
I'm really sorry to tell you, they do exist.
Fine, then. We'll move it up to the Wii. What was that, 2006, 2008?
People who
When
were
was the Wii made?
born, there are people who exist that were born after the 3DS came out, brother.
Not an
If I have a game console older than you, you don't exist.
Sorry, not.
well, I've
There's a
got
lot of
bad-
people born.
Fine,
Not a
I
lot of
have
people on
really
this
bad news
server.
for you.
Yeah. Sorry, not a
I
lot of
have an
people on
old
this
Apple
server.
II, which means you don't exist.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Sorry, not a
was
lot of
gonna say
people
I have the
on this.
Atari,
Yeah.
so I don't even technically exist.
Oh, the world's better off.
Oh, fuck this
Roughly.
guy! Actually,
What?
fuck this guy! I know exactly what happened
What?
here. Okay,
What?
so the dipshit is in a region-locked area.
Oh.
He went and bought a third-party key on the cheap to try.
Oh, no, the rest of them are like the funnier ones. The
Oh, I
racist
know.
ones are
I'm just saying this Vladov guy, and specifically, he's in a region-locked area. He went and tried to buy a key, and got scammed, air quotes, because the key was region-locked, and he's too stupid to understand that. And he went to the Steam forums to post about why is this game region-locked. A lot of Steam games are region-locked.
Yeah.
Thousands, tens of
what
thousands.
you're doing.
And it's not just to prevent what you're doing. It's also to actually provide the ability for people to afford games. Because,
yeah, that too.
Australia right now is running at 0.6 of the dollar.
Yeah.
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 So, if Kaz here wanted to buy the normal copy of this game, he would have to pay, $120.
Yeah.
Which
Sounds
is
about right.
ludicrous.
Oh yeah.
Wait, they don't have
I
regional.
mean, I'm not
pricing?
going to because I'm not.
No,
a
they
fucking
do have
retard.
regional pricing.
They do.
But
It,
that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying, though,
I'm
is
just-
they have regional pricing, but that also requires them to region lock the key, so someone can't go to a place where the dollar is worth a lot, like
Oh, yeah,
Turkey, convert the
Mm.
dollar into 10 bajillion Turkey dollars, and then buy 100 copies of the game to sell in America.
It's $60, right? The game right now.
Yeah, $60 right now, yeah.
Oh yeah,
And so they-
it's a lot cheaper in India than $60 right now. So that makes sense.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
because
If
but
I
also at
could
the same
sell
time,
this-
the reason why they price fix this for the various countries is because I'm pretty sure people in India are not making as much money as the average income in America.
Oh yeah, and also like the fact that like all Indian games are like region locked for other regions, but in
Yeah.
India we can activate like USA and all these other region keys as well.
I
So
mean,
it is a
yeah,
bit nebulous in that way, yeah.
well, yeah, but if you guys want to buy a US key with your rupees, then I mean,
Yeah, it
it's
just
not.
makes no sense. It's just dumb, yeah.
Yeah. But it
They
is
have to
one
buy
way
both
for a
people, yeah.
reason, you know. If you really want to go out and purchase something more expensive, I guess, go for it, I suppose.
Mhm.
But the other thing is that some areas do get region locked for other reasons,
Yeah,
such
look, I
as
guess, like, Russia
isolation.
must be
Yeah.
region locked with this one.
And so that's why you're not able to, say, buy a US key for more money and then activate it in said region because you're trying to circumvent the region lock that has been placed on your region to prevent you from escaping containment
Yeah.
effect.
But yeah, like
And-
apparently the major issue with the Steam thing wasn't even this
Yeah.
guy, it's everybody else. Apparently, when they talk about like the fact that the game requires upscalers and like what the graphical requirements they posted are incorrect, people just like literally ban them for like hate speech and shit like that.
That's
Like
hilarious.
usually the
What?
moderator. So that's what
That's
like,
the funniest shit
that's what,
ever.
like, the main
See,
thing.
that's why I wanted to know, because that shit's hilarious.
yeah. And they basically responded by saying that's a fail, nothing else matters. We just recruited a team of moderators to help us on release. So they were neat to Steam and well overdone a bit. That's my responsibility as their lead, so sorry for that. I'll make adjustments to the communication policy and moderation guidelines. So apparently this will be changed, or has been changed already, I guess.
But
Well,
anyway, yeah,
hopefully
so
they did-
I would say that this guy getting banned is completely a valid ban. because he proceeded to try and report everyone who was making fun of him for trying to circumvent the region lock.
Lol.
He tried to report them all for racism.
What?
Yeah. And the moderators banned him instead because they're like, dude, do not use the report system to try and troll people. Because blatantly they were not.
I'm just surprised the Steam forums still have stuff on.
Bro, I even went through his Dota history. He didn't even get mad at the Peruvians he played with. You got nothing.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I was looking at the Steam page and saw crazy high specs for recommended settings. And how it sounded crazy high for no reason or badly optimized for how it looks. I have a bunch of people defended 32GB RAM is recommendation. I said they were probably coping, as it's not realistic today. Yeah, 32GB is absolutely realistic today for high end. I'm sorry, but recommended spec is not recommended. Recommended spec is for people who want to play at highest graphics.
Yeah, but when he puts that down, you don't expect him to go like get banned for provocative, insulting, and trolling, right? Like at this point, the GSC like community manager that they hired has apologized because he said that we did go overboard with this.
No, I would call that honestly. I probably wouldn't have banned them. I would have just closed out that discussion.
That would have been the idea.
I would consider posting about that as provocation. I can't believe these developers must be bad because they don't know how to make a game that runs on the Xbox. Clearly, if they're saying that these are the recommended specs.
Of, like, how he's saying it.
Oh, it's the phrasing, yeah, obviously. But the fact that they were such a bitch that they ran to Reddit to then try and get pity points from the Reddit for being banned from the Steam forums completely does not endear me to them at all whatsoever. But yeah, it's.
Here's the exact post that he made.
Okay, good. Let's see here.
The ban is spreading fake info about the company.
Let's see. You've been banned. The official chart doesn't say anything about this, but Mal1, the community manager, literally said so on the Discord. To achieve similar performance on the specified PC characteristics, you should use TSR upscaling for minimum settings. Yes, okay. To achieve this specific performance at medium, high, and epic, you need to use the other analogs. Okay. For those who don't understand what that means, the official chart told you that your 2070 Super you was able to run this game at 1080p on 60 FPS on medium. This means you have to use the upscaler. Yes, you do. Yes! If it's part of the optimization technology, you have to use the optimization technology for it to be fucking optimized!
What?
Guys, I can't believe it! I went to the mechanic, and they dared to tell me that I need to put gas in my car to make it run!
But after this, they've changed their recommended graphic.
I mean, yeah, if people are complaining about it, then it is what it is.
Yeah,
it's clearly.
they did it.
Yeah, it's clearly a misunderstanding in between the devs and the unenlightened masses. What the devs were thinking, what's the recommended specs to play this game on? They posted them. Average retard was thinking, my computer isn't that, these devs are stupid. I haven't updated my computer since 2016. I can't believe I'm not able to play a 2024 game on medium graphics at maximum visibility. This is ridiculous.
2016 graphic. What cards launched in 2016? Oh, that's a 10 series. You're actually very close if you were 1 year old.
Yeah, you fucking come at me! Yeah, that's why I said 2016. But no, actually,
Just
Stalker is
defending it.
massively the reason why it needs so much RAM, and why it is such heavy on the CPU is because it's trying to do the simulations for all of the AI in each zone.
Yeah.
At the same time, so they can like wander around the map and then collide with you and collide with other AI and do fights and shit. So it's very CPU heavy.
Oh, they even added like the specific thing that with so in the new system requirements, they've added additional notes to say that yes, you will be running at these frames and getting like these settings in.
Yes,
there you
yeah, it's like I said, it's probably the dev team having in their mind the definition of recommended settings, and then realizing that the unenlightened masses are retarded and they need to clarify what that means.
Also, like there is the other thing about upscalers. Like if this was not about upscalers, I'd understand. But upscalers also like inserting it. Let's say like the last one I played with an upscaler was Dragon's Dogma 2. It absolutely looked worse without having like with having them on rather than without. So some people really don't prefer them. So that's the thing.
No.
So if it's not
yes.
mentioned that like, oh yeah, you'll be able to run the game with your 2070 without upscalers, and with upscalers it makes a visual difference. So I guess like mentioning it would have been something they should have done, but now they know better. So no harm, no foul.
Like I said, it's completely about the dev team's interpretation and what the average retard understands. They lied. They deceived people into believing that their PCs would be able to play the game.
Bro, calm the fuck
Which
down.
means that Stalker 2 is just another UE5 sloppy flop.
Oh my god.
To be honest, though,
cancel your cancel your pre-orders and don't allow this company to get away with it. Yeah, 100% spreading lies, 100% provocative, 100% would ban this guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No fucking hesitation. Deserved.
Yeah, fuck you.
To be honest, I do agree with them on the last bit. Just cancel all your pre-orders. Don't pre-order shit these days, guys. There is nothing to be gained from it.
Oh, 100%. Don't pre-order shit in general. Absolutely, 110%. But don't sit there and be like, we must destroy this company for daring to lie to us about needing an upscaler to get fucking graphics card from 2017 to work on this game. 7 years ago! It's 7 years old! Let it go!
To be honest, dude, I have a 2080, so my card's just as old.
I mean, the only reason why I have a 3080 is because my computer was so old I had to replace it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
like
replace the GPU with the next generation comes out.
Like, I was literally in a position where I could not upgrade any of the parts on my computer because my motherboard's architecture was so old, it literally couldn't take the new stuff.
Mine was I built an entirely new PC to play Dragon's Dogma 2, and I was about to get a GPU, but then Dragon's Dogma 2 was boring as shit, and I just didn't get a new GPU, and I was like, I'll just buy it around the time Lost Round. So yeah,
that's fair.
That's fair. Year.
Yeah, I mean, I picked up a 3080 Ti.
5 years.
I don't. So yeah, just get the Titans. Like the Titans are just. It's better. The Titans are just better.
Titans anymore?
I don't know.
Anyway,
the 3080
so,
Ti.
You just called the 90s, right? The 90, like 30.
No. It's so Titan is a suffix. It's a different card setup.
Oh, no,
based on the same architecture.
A card literally just called the Titan RTX.
Yeah, they did, but they changed.
Yes.
So now you've got.
They.
You're talking about the TIs, right?
Yes, Titans.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like for instance, there's not a massive difference. There's a very small total performance difference between a 3080 Ti and the base 3090. Like, don't get me wrong, there is a difference. but it's a
There's
relatively
power, like,
negligible
you'd
difference,
rather buy
and
a
the
TI.
amount
It's-
of power that a
Yeah.
3080
It's-
Ti consumes is much less. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
the
it's not
3090
just
needs
that,
like a
it's-
1200 watt PSU, so yeah.
Yeah, the 3080 Ti is like a 20% increase in performance, and it's only shy of the 3090 by like 3 or 4%. But
Yeah,
it's
but
also
it-
$600 to $1,000 cheaper.
Oh, no,
and
apparently TI is
don't
not
forget,
the
it
tightest
loses
series of cards.
so much
because,
less. Like the amount
Yeah.
of power less that it uses compared to a 3090 is fucking hilarious.
Although, like, it's okay, I just checked. Like, apparently the TI cards, the TI is not for Titan because they
Oh.
were releasing the Titan card alongside the TIs
Oh,
of the
okay.
10 series
Well,
and
Okay.
10 series. And anyway, they
What the
call
fuck
the
does
NVIDIA
TI stand for?
No, that's it. It's not even TI. Like, we say it wrong. The NVIDIA CEO guy apparently called it T or die. Like,
Well,
this is
he's
your hard
fucking
pronounced
wrong.
TI.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm sorry. He goes into the same jar the creator of GIF goes into. I'm not calling it a GIF. Just like I don't call them Jaffics.
Yeah,
There you
exactly.
go. So here it is.
Agreed.
Anyway.
Here it is. TI is like inspired by titanium. Not
What?
close
Look,
enough.
I
Close
don't
enough.
care. He's wrong. The point
Texas
is,
Instrument.
Okay, so it is tied. It is tied. It's apparently the
Don't bring our
RTX
calculators into
3080
this.
tie.
anyway, look, the point is, getting the TI version of a card is one of the better value things you can
Yeah.
do. Well, especially because like
Yeah.
one of the things that I did right when I was at home, when I was originally looking to
Except
upgrade to this
time around, it's
machine,
not that
which
good.
is now I don't know, 2 years old, something like that. I was originally gonna get a laptop because I was still going to school. But I was looking at them, and when I initially got my 2080 gaming laptop, right? I compared the difference between the 2080 laptop card and the 2080
Wow.
desktop card,
Yeah.
and there was, I think it was like a
40%ish difference.
no, it wasn't. No, it was much less. No, the 2080 laptop and the 2080 desktop was much smaller of a difference. It was like 10 or 15, but when you compared the 3080 laptop to the 3080 desktop, that was like a 40% jump, and then the 3080 Ti.
This is the
Yeah, I
2000
just can't
generation, right?
fathom. I can't fathom using a laptop for gaming. I just don't understand it.
I
I
just
cannot
find
understand
it's-
why
Again,
someone would want to
I
do
was
that.
in college. It worked great.
Wait, Atin, that was a 20,000 series, right?
Yeah, the 2080.
Yeah, like back when TIs were good. These days, like you'd rather buy a 4080 than a 4070 Ti.
No, but
you're getting
no.
literally 20% extra
My
GPU
point
for
My
$200
point was there was a relatively minimal difference between the laptop because again, this is why you check
Mhm.
things like Consumer Reports, and I forget what the website it was
User
just a
benchmarks.
GPU comparison site. I forget the
A
name
user
of it.
benchmark, I think, yeah.
Yeah, user benchmark. But yeah, the difference between a 2080 laptop card and 2080 desktop card was pretty small, but the 3080 laptop and 3080 desktop was massive. And then again, the 3080 Ti was a significant jump over that for only a few $100s more, and I was like, well, fuck, I guess. I mean, I'm mostly home now, so yeah, back to desktop.
Because the
Point
TIs
is-
used to be such incredible value cards, and now they're just kind of like mid-season garbage.
Here's the thing: they're still pretty valuable.
They're really not. Like for a 4070 Ti, because they don't make the 4080 Ti anymore. You can put
Okay. First of all,
$100 more and get a 4080.
First of all, you're looking at the 40 series.
Yeah, that's the latest series.
But the 40 is a trap in and of itself. The 40, no part of the 40 is good value because there is nothing on this earth that you need there's nothing on this earth that you need the 44. Hell, there's nothing on earth you need the 3090 for. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, if you're gaming in 4K, you kind of do need
Bitcoin.
And Bitcoin, of course. Yeah.
Okay, Bitcoin isn't gaming.
No, but every
That's
Bitcoiner
obviously not.
miner should be put to death.
I mean, they
Like,
should.
Nvidia does have like these marquee generations. The last one they had was actually the 10 generation. After that, everything's just been like minor incremental. So I'm hoping the 50 generation is the big jump. They do say it's gonna be like quite a big jump. So hopefully,
But there's again, even if you choose to play in 4K, games are
Mhm.
not optimized in 4K, right? I mean
That
that
is
since
true.
they are not optimized in 4K. There is unless you have a hilarious amount of disposable income, you don't need to play in 4 goddamn K, brother. I don't care who
See,
you
that's
are.
the problem, right? I want to play in 4K because I have two 4K monitors, which
But
is why I want to do like the 50
but you
generation.
are such a fringe segment of the population.
That is true. Yeah, like we're still majorly in 1080p,
Like
which is wild.
th-
'Cause we
I
have been in
don't need to
1080p for so
upgrade
long.
past 1080p because I literally can't see it. So
Hmm. Yeah.
yeah.
You will be forced to.
Well, yeah, he
At
will
some point.
eventually, but
Yeah.
until then, he doesn't need to.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
like 1080p became the standard pretty quickly from 720. No, but 1080i was there too. I fucking forgot about interlace. But yeah, it was
Yeah, you forgot
7
about
like
1080i.
yeah,
Hmm.
1080i.
That lasted
Then
for
Everybody
all of like
forgets
6
1080i.
months.
Yeah,
Yeah, because that
and like
lasted for
those
like
are
all of
quite
6 months.
rapid. But then the
Yeah.
jump from 1080p to 4K, like consistent, is taking so long.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's obvious if you think about it. Like even from 1080 to 2K, then 2K to
Mhm.
4K, it's an exponential increase in resource usage. It's not linear;
Isn't
it's exponential.
yeah, that's true. But how long has it been since 4K displays were commercially available?
I think 4K displays were available to the basic consumer. I would say as far back as 2016.
2001.
Yeah, but nobody was buying them then because they were like
No one
$3,000,
was buying them. Yeah.
$4,000.
Okay, like let's give it even like 5 years after that. Maybe actually, wow, yeah, 2001, 2005, it was like the first ones, and around 2005 is like when they started making like the cameras that could actually do the recording for them.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about 4K until like 2012
Yeah, but
because
even
it
for
wasn't
2012,
viable.
it has been 12 years, right? We
Yeah, I
should
know,
have caught
but
up with like mid-tier graphic cards doing it at this point.
no, because again, you got to keep in mind there's no pressure for it, right?
That is also true, yeah.
Because the average person is still buying a monitor in 1K. There's no need to have 2K because nothing's being made in 2K because no one's buying for 2K yet.
Yeah, there's also the fact that people also got addicted to higher FPS over higher, like, resolution. So that also made a big
Addicted,
difference.
saying it like it's a bad thing.
Oh no, it's definitely a good thing.
Also-
But I'm talking about specifically like those professional gamers who go like, I gotta have that 240 hertz highest GPU for most frames per like.
Right?
Then they
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
outside with it.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, to be fair though, it was kind of important in a lot of games to have a high FPS because that actually was how fast your character would react on screen. And if your character was reacting slower than the speed of your thoughts, then you had a tendency to over-input, and by over-inputting, you fucked yourself
Yeah,
over.
but like it was literally proven through like tests and like there's videos on it that like a higher FPS does not make you good. The one game that they was trying to sell for was Counter Strike.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure, but it doesn't matter.
To be honest,
They-
though, I legitimately hate Counter Strike and Valorant because not because of what
Yeah.
they did to displays, but what they did to mice. What is up with the extra ultra light mice that are coming out these days?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm legitimate.
Yeah.
Like, so I recently spent like a few days trying to look for a mouse. Like, so I used to have like a Razer Naga, right? Or I have a Naga Pro. And this shit is like
Nah.
ideal, right? It has the 6 side buttons. I got used to that when I was playing Dota, so I could have one button for each item, right? And I just got super used to it. But the thing is, because they don't sell as much, the V2 is so ridiculously expensive that you could buy a CPU for that price, right? So I'm just like, yeah, I'm not buying that. Like, let's see like what else I can get because there has to be some like value-oriented solution. Nothing. All fucking ultralights. Every fucking motherfucker is making ultralights,
Hello.
and all the heavier ones are getting ultra
Oh
expensive.
shit!
Hey, you're alive.
Hola.
Oh
I
fuck.
like, yeah, of course. Hello.
So in the end, I got a
Oh,
wired
shit.
mouse from this local.
Got a
Isn't it
Razer
like
soda.
3 a.m.?
Yeah, and?
220 actually. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Alright,
It's a
so
flat-
yeah,
well,
you got mice and they fucked up the mice and they're all weird and light and shit and blah blah blah. Yeah.
And no extra buttons. That's the worst part. I don't get it. Why do you need your mouse to be that light, brother?
Because
I
it's
mean,
this
Because
whole
no.
thing when it
They
comes
need
to
any possible excuse.
Low weight
wrist.
mouse is actually like not like it makes sense in a way. In like the way that the lighter the mouse is, the easier it is to do snapshots, right? If you're
Oh
playing
no, they're
competitive
doing
shooters.
such. They were doing snapshots just fine with heavier mice too.
I would say that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, the
Well,
problem
no,
is
like
these people need any excuse they can to blame
yeah.
something
Yeah,
that
skill
isn't
issue.
them. Oh, the
Oh,
FPS
yeah.
was bad. Oh, I couldn't do this. Oh, I can't do this. Oh, I couldn't do
And
this.
it's always Counter-Strike. Always Counter-Strike, motherfucker.
Because Counter-Strike just so happens to be the. Here's the problem. Counter-Strike is a game that has been solved. Like,
Yeah.
right? Counter-Strike has been out for so long. All possible pieces of information about it have been data mined to hell and back. The spray pattern is this. You should watch these exits, these entrances. The point is, Counter-Strike is about as close to a professional video game as you can get, where the playing field is 100% level, because any piece of information you can go in knowing. Like,
yeah.
right, something like Dota, as an example, right, with its 124 something heroes with
Something like
talents
that.
and shards and item builds and different timings and units that you can swap and all that shit. To which my point
Team
being,
composition.
team composition, right? There's no way to go into a match of Dota knowing exactly what the other guy's going to do and exactly how he's going to do it. In Counter-Strike, you know that there are 3 ways the other guy's going to go. You can watch all their matches and see that they usually go to A, B, C, and X, Y, Z. More importantly, you know that this guy is their sniper. This guy does this. This guy pushes. This guy always goes for the backstab. Whatever, right? Counter-Strike and all of your opponents, they're all solved equations. The only reason for someone to lose is because they're bad or they were simply outplayed. And holy shit, remember, this is a bunch of sweaty ass competitive gaming nerds. They can't stomach that fucking idea.
Yeah, so they blame their equipment. Oh, I need a lighter
And
mouse.
of course, like
If
the
the mouse
companies
didn't
are
take me
happy
so
about
long to move across the table,
Yeah,
I would
if
have
the
been
mouse
quicker.
didn't take me so long to get across the table, I could have gotten that headshot and won the game. As opposed to increase your DPI, brother.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and that's the other fucking thing that pisses me off so much. Oh yeah, dude, this DPI sensor goes up to 24,000 DPI. What do these pro players use? 400.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because that's the problem, right? So the thing with DPI is that yes, high number fast, very good, very nice. But if you're sitting there and you want to make literal pixel adjustments to your aiming reticle, then having a mouse at 400 DPI is actually better.
Yeah. But they go like, yeah, dude, our newest sensor can do 30,000 DPI. Who the fuck uses 30,000 DPI? What's the
No
highest
one.
Bro,
level
I
of
have
30,000
turned
DPI?
I have turned my mouse to the maximum just to see how fast it was, and I was like, how the fuck can anyone ever do anything with this on?
Oh yeah,
at
They
this
have to
point,
have the
it's just
reflexes
like,
of gods.
yeah, like they're moving like a picometer to the right to like do like a 360 degree spin or something. at
Yeah,
that point.
it's insane. Anyway, so
Kinda
I really
funny,
want to read
too.
this story out loud because it's really bad.
Which
And,
one?
you know, I feel like punching down at a 14-year-old would bring us back to the good old days of this podcast.
Oh,
Agreed.
Wait, we're punching down at Sign's oldest story?
Yeah, no, wait, what
Yes.
sound? Did you hear the sound Sign made when you said 14-year-old?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
got erect.
No, I'm pretty sure he was laughing at punching down at a 14-year-old. I'm going to try and give the man the
Yes.
benefit of the doubt.
I'm gonna give the 14-year-old the people's elbow. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna fucking make some jokes about
As
their
one
spelling and
should.
shit. Anyway. I was walking the route to my school the first day of 9th grade, yay. I wasn't most popular, and I have had only 2 friends my whole life. Librarian at library, she wasn't my age, but went to different school, only worked in the summer. And one other we met in 1st grade. Flashback. My mom was dropping off the first day of 1st grade at new school. She kissed me goodbye, and I hoped out of the car. I was walking
Really?
in
How
when
does
saw
one
a
hope
girl.
out of a car?
Oh, just the
Ye-
same way you hope someone out of a brawl.
So
Ah.
what fandom is this?
Nah,
from?
they're doing a hoik, which in Terraria is when you've got a corner, it zooms you like you're on an escalator. It's great.
Mm.
Wait,
I was
what
only in
fandom is this
1st
from?
grade. Huh? PJO.
Okay.
I already felt like I found true love. She had long blonde princess curls, gray eyes that looked a little like thunderstorms. She came up to me and said, "What you staring at?" That jolted me out of my little trance. My face burnt red. She stuck her hand, and in my face, "My name's Annabeth Chase, and you are." I stuttered. "My name's Ian Smith." She studied my gorgeous gray eyes. "Wanna be friends?" Nod. After we were inseparable, we had sleepover every weekend. We even have some weekdays. We would call
That's great.
each other on our parent phone, even had secret handshakes, still remember to this day. Then, when she was sitting under our tree, I walked over to her, abused, and she seemed
Wait.
upset.
Wait. 6th grade is like 6 or 7 years old, right?
No,
'Cause
9th
Annabeth
grade
was
to
al-
14.
No, this flashback with Annabeth as 6 or 7.
1st
because She
grade.
was already on. Yeah, she was already on the streets by then, and then got found by Talia and
Oh,
fucking
true. Yeah, but you
Yeah,
have to
no.
keep in mind this author is a 9th grader. They weren't
Yeah.
born yet when the book came out.
Yeah. But yeah, they probably haven't even read the book. Yeah.
They weren't
Oof.
born yet when the book came out.
They probably haven't even read the book.
Jesus.
I still think of the book as recent, but now that I think about it, it's
No, PJO was like fucking
old.
I think
Like,
the
I was
first
in
one
school.
I think Lightning Thief was like 2004, the year they were probably born.
I believe it
Simon
was
still a
2006.
teenager.
2006, 2004? Lightning Thief?
2005.
5
maybe.
in between.
Okay.
Ha
so basically,
Oh,
Sarah
sorry,
was-
my bad. Sea of Monsters was 2006.
Yeah.
So
And then the
Simon
shitty
was a
movie was what,
teenager.
2010, 2012?
No, it
Something like
wasn't.
that.
I was 20 something. I
Okay,
had
Simon
long
was still an
since
old ass
graduated from
motherfucker.
Listen, 20
I had
2000
graduated from high school by then.
2000 or so doesn't matter, Sign. We know you're so old.
Yeah.
Oh no, Sign is right. The Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief came out in 2010. Holy shit! Even the movies came out
movie.
before this guy was born.
Damn.
Well, yeah, February 2nd, I would say probably so, yeah. Yeah. Fuck.
Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Great Old One.
Simon
Listen,
began
I'm pretty sure I'm younger than you, Sneaky.
No, fucking Sign, not you.
Oh, yeah, Great Old One, yes. Yeah.
I think the ages in this call go Sign, the formation of the Earth, Max, me.
I was 97.
What month?
So you're younger than Atin then.
December
the same age-
97.
I'm
Are
older
you a
than you.
Idiot, Sneaky.
Yeah, I was at the very end of 97.
I was
But-
born in
Sneaky,
90.
you're 94.
Isn't Aunt
Oh,
over-
really?
Isn't
Wait,
Aunt
wait,
99 or something?
You
or
were
2000?
literally at my 30th birthday.
Yeah, like, isn't... Wait, Sneaky, you're 32, right?
No, I'm 30 as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm 30
see,
as
you
well,
fucking
32,
idiot.
not 32.
I just
We've
don't
been over this.
see.
You're
No,
30,
you see, I know, but you see, you're a grade younger than me, which automatically makes you younger than me, according to my brain.
Yep.
Because that's how I
So-
keep track of age. Is for literally 2 decades, I kept track of age based on what year of school I was in, because my age was the year of school I was in, because I was 94 and I started first grade in 2001.
Yeah, so like
So
we
it-
are the same age, you, me, and Atin. We are all 30.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
I also started first grade in 2001.
Then why were you a grade behind me?
Failed probably.
What, bro? What year did you finish high school?
2012.
2002. You know what's funny?
Bro,
My
I was not
sis-
a grade behind you. I was in kindergarten in 2000, and
No, so wait, then why did you guys graduate a year after I did in college?
in
They-
college. That's because
Yes!
in college. That's because I was depressed as fuck and lost a year.
That's fair.
He was lost to the
Literal actual depression and an
Damn.
attempt to kill myself.
My
That's fair.
sister wishes that it was depression and not just her
So wait,
stupidity.
so Max is also our age, right?
No. Max is like 33, 32.
Okay, so Max.
I'm 31.
Okay, I was close.
Yeah, so we're approximately the same age. And then there's Sign, who's
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Sign
big
predates the
4-0.
formation of the sun.
Sign was when Adam first felt lust. Lust was born, and then Sign was their son.
Yeah.
Sign saw the fucking Big Bang in high definition.
Yeah. He complained it was
And
better
he
back in
was-
his day.
Yeah.
And he will survive the heat death of this fucking universe.
He keeps telling people that the Big Bang was actually God's just first orgasm, but no one believes him. We just think because he couldn't even get into the Garden of Eden, he's salty.
He didn't fit.
See, now
No,
I'm
He
just thinking
didn't
of.
fit.
Now I'm just imagining
Oh.
Sign as a really
Damn!
depressed. Oof.
Oh!
Here's the thing. Here's where my brain has gone, guys. My brain has gone.
Sign
to
is
Sign.
oblong maxing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Continue.
See,
Oh.
I have a little more respect for Sign. He's a really depressed, out of shape Vandal Savage.
Man. Damn.
Sandal Savage.
It's kind of really crazy that Sign is only 5
Vandal
feet
Tame.
tall and yet the width of 3 boats.
Well, no, I'll give him he's 5'8", just because he's not 6 foot. I'll give him that 5'8" that he keeps saying he is.
Is Sign Kane? No. No.
Bro is like a fucking basketball. You roll him and he'll just keep going.
Fucking dicks.
Yep.
He was the rock that was picking up the mountain.
I was wondering when we'd finally get you to respond.
Yeah.
Got switched over to the other fucking computer, and so my KVM did next input to this. So I'm sitting here yelling into the thing. Wait! Oh fuck! I'm on the wrong system. Damn it! Let me switch over. You dicks!
Like I said,
I caught that
Stein,
thing.
at least I have more respect for you because at least if you got your act together, you could be a threatening DC villain.
Sisyphus and Sign.
Yes. Fair. God.
Signifit?
No, he's implying that the Rock is Sign.
I
What's the
know,
rock
I know.
Sisyphus had to push up?
I'm aware.
Oh.
But Signifis is also
Uh.
Signifis is also pretty funny.
Hey, son, how is your little niece Gorlock the Destroyer doing, by the way?
Your little niece.
Uh,
Well, I guess
Gorlock
Gorlock is little compared to
Destroyer.
him.
well, she's got into drugs, and we think she's gonna get pregnant soon, if she isn't already.
Mm,
How can you tell?
point. You can't.
Mm. No, Gorlock the
Gorlock,
Destroyer
you
is
never
her
know.
mother. The niece is actually not Gorlock yet. The niece is
She has to eat her
physically
mom
healthy
to
and
become
fit.
Gorlock.
Ah.
yes.
Yeah, makes
The
sense.
niece
Yeah.
is a normal-sized person for a 14-year-old. I had to think on how old she is.
Normal.
So I honestly don't remember.
Mortal Magic
Memory.
by female author.
Maybe an American normal, but I don't. I'm sorry.
Blessed
guys,
with
but-
nothing but choosing everything.
What? What?
One of those people. Forrest finds himself. Oh, hey, LeMay. Forrest finds himself in a position to be great after simple creative mistake. Given that chance, he dives into power of mortal magic, eager to maneuver himself into the greatest form he could manage. By any means necessary, he will rise, and when he does, who knows what will happen? I'm really confused and curious.
How will they That make
What the
this horrible?
fuck do you mean by mortal magic? The Titan Atlas trying to lift
Magic
side.
can-
Yeah. I'm sorry, but there is no such thing as mortal magic. Everything is controlled. All magic is created through the mist, which is created by Hecate. Like, there's other gods of magic, but they're all just
the
pimping off
mist
the mist.
is. No, the mist is
no.
part of the No. The mist is manipulated by Hecate, but she does not make it. The mist
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
the mist is the metaphorical, metaphysical veil of myth over reality.
Mhm.
Hmm.
You can almost think of it as the will of Gaia trying to keep everybody safe.
Less the
just
will of
not
Gaia
really.
trying to keep everyone safe, and more, the collective intention on both sides for humans
It's
to
hand
not
wave.
view the ununderstandable, and for the non-understandables to not be viewed by humans.
Yeah.
It's just hand wave, so like any
Yeah, it's just hand wave, yeah.
interpretation as such, yeah.
Yeah.
How did monsters attack Percy Jackson in the middle of the bridge on a dam?
I
Fuck it,
don't know.
dude. The mist made everybody think it was a bunch of fucking terrorists. Go home.
It was a not Peter Jackson movie. It was a they were filming the next Transformers.
Yep.
So yeah, they
Yeah,
start
as far as
off
I
with
know,
some
there's no
fucking
such-
Latin here.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's no such thing as fucking fucking human mortal magic.
There is not, no.
However, mortals can do magic. Like, they can do it independent of the gods.
Mm. But usually only if they're also clear-sighted, I'm pretty sure, which is usually no one's entirely sure what makes someone clear-sighted, but it's thought by fans as having some sort of like divine lineage or monster lineage.
Isn't it like something like being like for people who are clear-sighted can become the Oracle, if I remember correctly.
No, you need to be
Yeah, it's
clear-sighted.
something clear-sightedness.
You need to be clear-sighted to be
What I
the
said,
Oracle.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah,
didn't need to be.
Yeah.
You said is what you
Like
said.
you need it to be, yeah.
Yeah, you do.
I think also being clear-sighted means you couldn't do magic.
Yes, I
vaguely
believe
recall
so,
thinking
because you
about
see
that,
through the.
yeah.
Because that's why I thought being able to manipulate the mist is how you use magic, which is
It
and
is,
being
yeah,
clear-sighted, you see through it.
'cause
Yeah.
You're quite literally manipulating myth and metaphysical interpretation of things to do stuff.
Although
So
we
if
don't
you're
even
clear-sighted,
yeah.
yeah.
Except for satyrs, they're kind of weird in that they just can manipulate nature itself.
Yeah.
The band itself is like kind of fuck all weird in the series, so
Yeah,
for-
he's like
for all,
half
like, the
cyborg and
15
shit.
For all the 15 like pages he was there, he was weird shit. And then he
Yeah.
went like Grover, here, be the man.
Grover, come on over.
And then he just died.
And so those words left for us. Okay, so Bro's chanting in Latin. bought a grimoire, and he had a nosebleed over the grimoire. A wave of power washed through him, pulling him out of his body into the dark void. Okay. And he appeared before a tall, blue-eyed woman looking down at him. Who are you? Persephone could not help but wonder why, even as she looked at the boy's soul, she saw no threads of fate on him. He's threadless. He has no fate.
He's so cool.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry,
god, are they
the-
really gonna try and Kingdoms of Amalur this shit?
Ugh.
Apparently they
Also-
are.
Lewis of Amalur.
Also, why the fuck would you use Persephone when she literally doesn't have free time? She's either in the underworld or with her mother, who never lets her
She
go
also
because
doesn't
she's
judge
doing the-
souls.
Commuting 24/7, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
she doesn't judge souls. That's the fucking judges of Hades.
Yeah,
And
it's
she
like
just travels a lot.
Don't worry about it. It's
what
okay.
the fuck? Like, don't get me wrong.
She's just
I
racking up
love
frequent flyer
the
miles.
idea. I love the idea of Kingdoms of Amalur, of the whole, oh, you died in a way that you weren't supposed to, and that's basically impossible, but because this fucked
No.
up
It
ritual
wasn't.
was
It
going
wasn't
on.
that you died in a way you weren't supposed to. It's that you died, as was your fate, and then somehow you came back. The whole point was that
Right,
the dude
yeah,
was
the ritual.
making
Right.
some kind of like resurrection machine.
It wasn't the thing like, how the fuck are you back, basically?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
he's like,
yeah.
oh my god, I did it. Holy shit, I beat death. I beat fate, and then everything went to hell.
Yeah, because it turns out, that's bad.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there was a different dude fucking everything up, so...
Yeah. You were brought back by, I think, the will of the magic dragon boss or something. Yeah, there's a lot of layers of shit going on that made the possibility for that to occur even happen. But the point being is that it technically wasn't supposed to be able to happen, but because pretty much like 4 different groups were busy hammering away at the fabric of reality, some unreality slipped through a little bit. So yeah, basically, I love the whole Kingdoms of Amalur shit. You know, you, for whatever reason, you don't have fate anymore, which means that you can go and you can break a whole bunch of shit. You know, and I do sort of like, on the flip side, I do sort of like the idea of stations of canon to a certain extent, where unless the intervening character does something actually extremely drastic, the events are going to end up playing out similarly no matter what. Like, say that there's going to be an attack on the aquarium. Unless they literally prevent the person they're trying to protect from going to the aquarium at all that day, the events are going to play out similarly no matter what. So unless they completely divert fate, I like the idea of fanfiction basically having to fight the stations of canon. I think that's kind of cool. Would I like to see that in every story? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I do think, however, it is a cool idea. Same with Kingdoms of Amalur, with the whole Fate Breaker shit. I think that's just a cool idea. Do I want to see it in every story? Absolutely fucking not.
No. The other thing I gotta say, like, as annoying as some of the new stuff in Vampire the Masquerade is, right? There's some Oblivion powers, one of which is that you can observe how someone is supposed to die and figure out exactly how it's supposed to happen. You are then
Right.
you can totally try and change it, but the more important that person is, the stronger the automatic dice penalty to trying to circumvent that fate. And conversely, the stronger the bonus to trying to make that fate happen as it should.
Right.
And I was like, okay,
I think that's
yeah.
cool. Yeah.
You know what? If you get lucky enough, or you're good enough, right? The person who's supposed to die in the warehouse fire or whatever you can convince them to take the day off, even though they haven't taken a day off in the last 30 years, or beat them up and knock them out, or whatever. Like,
Yeah, exactly. I like the more intricate parts. The I guess you'd call it the filigree, unless you're gonna make it a key part of the story. But this whole like, oh, I said some Latin and I bled on a book, and now I magically don't have fate anymore, and I'm meeting gods, and they're like, damn, that's cool. Like, I'm sorry, if a god sees a mortal without fate, they're just gonna get killed.
Yeah. Because without a fate, it means they can do anything, even potentially kill a god.
Yeah.
Now, is
You
that
might
likely?
fuck up my
No.
plans later, so I have to make sure that doesn't happen.
Is
means
it
you have to
likely?
go.
No. Did they get to be gods by taking that chance? No.
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 Do they even have the attitude to care about a mortal that has no fate, or will they see it as a threat? Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
These are also Greek gods, usually.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not just that, just like literally, nearly literally any god, even a life god, potentially, would look at someone who is a fate breaker and be like, no, you gotta fucking die, dude. Like, I have my domain of life, and you are quite literally upsetting that cycle because you're killing things that shouldn't be dying.
Yeah, let alone...
You are the monkey wrench. You had to go.
Let alone how the actual fates would behave. My goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, they get pissy.
Ma'am, where am I? The space between life and death, where your soul can move freely. The astral plane, as mortals call it. Your soul's connection to your body was weakened. I caught you before you perished. At least I managed magic before I died. My boy, is that all of your fight? Have you already given up? Well, what can I do? I'm no one, and I have nothing. I'm nobody. I'm a 15-year-old no one. Okay, author, we get it.
15.
You have self-esteem issues.
I mean, okay, it could also just be realism.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. However,
it's not.
Joined 2014. Shit, you're right. They might be 25 now. Oh. Published 5 hours ago. Wait. Is it? Oh, you're still... What? Profile updated October 17th. I am done writing fanfiction. I suck at it and I can't stick with the story. I am miles better at writing original stories, so that's where I'm going to stay. Somehow, I feel like that's not true. Somehow I feel that's not true. Check me out on Royal Road as Mika Matthews for my original work. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Alright, okay, actually, I get blown the fuck out.
What?
Mika Matthews is an award-winning author. Known for their work on, also, it's a guy, for his work on fantasy and mythology.
Alright, what's the award winner?
Yeah.
We're trying to bring up the website.
It must be Micah, not Mika.
No. Rowan's Gambit, The Winterland Chronicles. Let's see, we got, probably AI-generated art. But if it's not, that's two dudes wearing leather armor in jeans, tight jeans, cupping their ass jeans, with an excessive number of pointless belts that are studded, going all over their body for no clear reason.
All right, so they've been infected with the Lulu disease. That's unfortunate. There is no cure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now come on.
Wait, so what award does he have?
I'm gonna try and figure that out in a second. I'm just trying to. That sword is both. What the fuck is that sword?
Oh.
It looks like it's a sword meant for penetrating, not for slashing. That's a piss. What's
Yes, I'm sure that sword is meant for penetrating. Sign.
This guy.
not that kind of sword? It's not a meat saber.
No, it's not a rapier. No.
Yeah, like a rapier, but not a rapier.
S-Doc.
That's stock. Yeah. No, it's not.
Because I mean, it's long and it's thin. That is made for penetration, not for
Oh shit! It might
slashing,
be an
hacking,
S-Stock.
bashing.
Shit, you're right. It might actually be an S-Stock.
I found the author's picture. And look, my
no.
comment on it.
Yeah, he looks like he
yeah,
goes
it's
on
an
Reddit.
S-Stock, dude.
Yeah, it's an
He looks
S-Stock.
like he sits. He looks like he sits in the cuck chair. And I know that's an
Yeah.
S-Stock because I just recently fucking played Soul Calibur 3 and did Raphael's story where he uses an S-Stock and it looks exactly like that.
Okay, that is not the thing you want to be going to as a guide.
Through years of writing and reading obsessively, he has crafted a unique style free of cliches and the constant push towards the same tired patterns as other stories. He aims to make his mark on young adult and adult categories as well as romance and fantasy. Inspired by anime, it's his goal to make waves in the mythology and
Sneaky.
romance genre.
And all forms of fantasy.
Never mind. He wouldn't watch his wife at the cuck chair. He'd watch his boyfriend. Queer author of the Silver Coin.
Oh, well, there you go.
Who cares?
That explains all the leather and the belts and the damn.
You know what? That he does have a point. That does explain the leather and the belts.
I mean, it does explain the leather
Also,
and the belts, but like, listen, we're an egalitarian podcast. Let's just read his work and mock him for that, the way it should be.
Oh, now it also explains why one of the two characters on the cover looks like a femboy.
Yeah. Also, it explains the really tight jeans cupping their ass.
He won the Outstanding Creator Award. Whatever the fuck that is.
The Outstanding Creator Award? Okay, that's basically just some slop given by DEI people to other DEI people.
That sounds about right.
His favorite pastime is to retell old stories like the Persephone Hades myth with a new perspective.
Oh, he didn't even win. He was third place, one of the 3 third place winners.
Well, hey, look, hey, bro is good at. Bro is spinning stories. You gotta give credit where credit's due. Bro is spinning stories.
Best Fiction Book of Winter 2023, third place. Princess the Knight and the Lost God by Victoria Winifred, Silver Coin by Mika Matthews, and Freeze Frame Tyler Beauchamp.
I mean,
first place was Leslie Kane, Secrets in the Mirror.
I mean,
oh my god, multiple people can win first place on this. What?
Yeah, I told you, it's just some slop award.
That I don't agree with, but what I will say is, listen, bronze medal is still a medal more than most people have.
It's still an award winner. He just, did a creative interpretation of what award and winner means.
No, his Outstanding Creator Award was second place for fantasy. That's it. He didn't even win first place.
Okay, but like,
Like I said,
yes,
creative interpretation.
yeah, he's taking a creative
Oh,
liberty with it,
wow.
but there is still an award. Listen, that's like, listen, it'd be like Toyota being like, we came second place in a safety contest. All right, well then that's the
I'm
second
sorry.
place.
This is so cringe. Oh, okay. So I found his archive of our own page because he links to
Okay,
it.
so
Oh
he did
no.
tie first place in Myth and Legend Outstanding Creator Award with the Joe Lyon or Leon.
Power, prestige, and proof that bloodlines means nothing in the face of hard work in the world of Naruto.
That's incorrect.
That is patently
Very
false.
incorrect.
That is so false. For
Sir, I
Mika,
don't
that
know
is
how to
what
tell
being
you.
a ninja means. By being
Oh,
better
that's
than everyone
obvious.
else by working harder. Driven, unlike all of his peers, he rises to the greatness he deserves, and nothing will stop him. Not his lack of bloodlines or inheritance. With intelligence and drive, he will show the world he can be great.
Like, I have bad news for you. Kakashi was a pretty good ninja. It wasn't until he got the Sharingan that he became a great ninja.
No, he was actually really great before he got it.
No,
Remember,
he was.
No,
Yeah.
no, but my point
Yeah.
is, he was a pretty good ninja before, but he needed something to push him up the level, and that was, taking Tobi's Sharingan like it was a pick and play.
No, because remember, his
No,
daddy
he
was a
started
certified
Jonin.
badass, the White Fang, and Kakashi himself was he was basically his generation's Itachi before he got the
Yeah.
Sharingan. After he got
Yeah.
the Sharingan, it went up to 11. Like he was already a certified badass before that. When he got it, that just
God.
that
Yes,
was
he
that
was a
something
certified
extra,
badass, but
yeah.
there were people that he couldn't compete with.
No,
Also, I just
that-
want to be really clear, but if you are in a
That's
world like
not-
Naruto, regardless of any sort of power
I'm
up you
sorry,
might have,
but wasn't it at 6 he was a Chunin, and then at 11 or
Yes.
when
Yes.
or whatever he was a Jonin
Yes.
before
Yeah.
the Sharingan?
Before he,
Like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but you saying
before the
there's people who
Sharingan.
couldn't.
They were
Like,
in the middle of a war.
Yeah, but that's
They
still.
don't just
dying
build.
left
They
and
They don't-
don't just
The problem,
build
the
promote
thing is
Chunin
though,
to
the thing is
Jonin,
though,
even in
the
a
Yeah, no, they
requirements
don't.
for Jonin is at least isn't it at least 2 elemental masteries?
Yeah,
Or
something
is that
like that.
Fanon?
He'd also already
No,
developed
it's
the
that's
Chidori.
canon.
The only thing
Yeah,
the
he created the
Sharingan
Chidori.
did of note for him was it made it possible to
Like,
use the Chidori effectively.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but even Itachi didn't have as much potential as Kakashi did, or he had equal or possibly more, but he wasn't during war, so he didn't get the early promotions. Like, if your
Yeah, Itachi
comparison
had
of
about as
people that,
much.
yeah, if your comparison of
Yeah.
people with more potential or better than Itachi before his Sharingan was Itachi, before Kakashi was Itachi.
Also,
like,
I want to be clear here. It's not just bloodlines of, I get this special power. It's literal bloodlines of people who are successful at being a ninja. Like, I'm
Yeah.
sure that if Mike Guy actually had a kid, they would be an absolute monster of physicality as well, because that's how biology works.
Oh yeah.
unless he has a kid with someone with overwhelming spiritual fucking talent, like if Guy got with Kurenai rather than fucking Asuma. There's a 50-50 chance they'd either be good at Genjutsu or good at Taijutsu, I'd say.
Or both.
Or there's
because...
Well, no,
Or
I'm
both,
gonna
yeah.
say that's the
chance
thing.
that he'd have
There-
both.
it's probably more like a 25-25,
Yeah.
50.
well, no, it's probably more like a 50.
1/3 each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1/3.
I
33,
think it's
33,
Brain not work
33-ish.
good. 33%.
I think it's safe to say a direct descendant of Mike Guy would be like first.
Because you
ninja
actually,
war
you
levels of
see that with
struggle.
even his dad. His dad only had talent in fucking Taijutsu, but he was also like the first person to ever actually be able to open the 8 gates, and it was against the 7 ninja
Oh.
swordsmen of the mist.
Yeah, well, he
And
discovered
he
the
made
8 gates.
traumatized them.
He rediscovered the gates. I think was what
Yeah.
like
No,
it
I
was
think
a
he
long
came out.
it
I thought
was
he
a
came,
lost
wait,
ability, and he
It
Was it a
lost
lost
ability, yeah.
Was it a
Yes.
lost? I thought it.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
thought it was a case of there was
It was
no
lost.
safe way to. I thought there was no safe way to properly use
There
them,
still
and then
isn't.
Guy's dad created
There-
a
there's
way
still
that
no-
There still
No.
isn't a safe
safer.
way to use them.
There's
No,
still no.
th-
No, no.
Even
No.
the first gate causes massive
Well,
damage.
Yeah,
No,
but I thought
literally, the
Guy's dad-
safer way of using the gates is to train your body to such insane highs that you
Yeah.
having higher blood pressure doesn't matter because your veins are thicker. Your
Yeah,
muscles
yeah.
cramping
And
I
doesn't
thought-
matter because
I
your
th-
bones
yeah,
are tougher.
Yeah, and I thought Guy's dad created that, and that's the reason why he was getting
No,
forever.
no,
because
he was
created that
no,
safe
he was
way
quite
as a
literally
prototype.
no, quite literally he was
Oh.
just built different.
Oh,
Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah, I
I
thought he
think-
created that training method, and he was stuck as a Genin because his body was damaged
no,
from
he
creating
definitely
that.
he made the method, but he
Yeah.
rediscovered a lost ability. I think
Yeah.
I think he mentioned two guys.
Bro is just built
I've
different.
read about this.
Yeah,
in
I thought
old
the 8
scrolls.
gates was just a forbidden technique until he created that new method, and they're still technically forbidden if you're
It's
not
still
got
a
a strong enough
forbidden.
physicality.
All he did was
Oh.
based off of rumors in an old scroll, discovered a way to unlock the gates again. And it had been a
Yeah.
lost ability. He's like, yeah, I
And-
figured out a
and the-
training method to make it possible again. It's like, oh, great.
Yeah,
glorious.
and he had to figure out a training method to abuse his body to the point where he could withstand using the gates at all. It wasn't a training method that allowed you to use the gates. Mike Guy says it himself. He tells Lee that he hasn't reached the stage in his training where he's going to be able to walk off using the 4 gates.
I still think it's crazy that Konoha decided to have a whole squadron of gate users after the Fourth World War. Like,
I mean,
oh,
yeah, you know.
the fucking the Raikage revealing we've got a
Oh, you know what?
laser Konoha
If
with an
if
entire
anyone
squad of gates.
deserves an AMV, Max, if anyone deserves an AMV with Living on a Prayer, it's gonna be Mike Guy when he fights fucking Madara.
True.
You have to go
Yeah.
do that now.
I mean, also
The-
remember
the
they saw
feel of
someone. I
that
mean,
song would
Living on a
drastically
Prayer, the-
change that.
Wait, Living on a Prayer, the fucking Bon Jovi song?
No, the Madonna one.
Yes.
Oh, the fucking choir version that from Deadpool.
Yes, the choir version they just used in Deadpool, yeah. Yeah, like I said, if anyone deserves to have that version of the song used for them, it's gotta be the Mike Guy versus Madara fight.
I'm sorry, but I still think the best Mike Guy AMV
fight will be
is.
Freebird.
No, I think the best one is
it's
still.
literally
the be-
not because he doesn't win.
No.
He
No, the
sacrifices
best-
himself to buy
Yeah.
time for everyone else.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say the best one still was I've seen is still the Yusei Run one because Mike Guy fits
Oh.
better than All Might.
It does fit it pretty well,
You say
yeah,
Run
yeah.
goes with everything.
Like,
But the
using
problem
the-
with you say run is that
Mm.
it implies the person the song is about is triumphing over the.
Well, no. If you remember, Guy after using the dragon, he thought he did beat Madara for a second.
Well, that's
So
not- yeah,
and then Madara just showed back up.
Madara himself
Right.
had that moment of like, I almost died.
Yeah.
You almost
Yes.
killed me. If I wasn't
Like if it wasn't for the
Tento's
fact
Tsuchiki,
Kishimoto couldn't
I'd be
couldn't
dead.
have anyone but Naruto or Sasuke beat the main villain or both, then Guy would have won there. He should have won there.
Yes, well,
Guy
he literally
should've-
says that in the story.
Yeah.
Yes.
Guy should have won, and he should have been given a state
hero.
role, and then that should have been it.
Yeah.
You know what they should have done? They should have given him the anime send-off of all badasses everywhere, as to where
Mm.
Guy just stops moving, and everyone's like, oh, you actually beat him, and he's
still
like, oh,
standing.
actually, you didn't beat me. Oh,
Oh,
fortunate.
he's-
You know what?
He's dead.
Honestly, just make a callback to the Rock Lee unconscious scene after Gaara.
where he's still standing and fighting.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Still standing and
Yeah.
fighting, but his heart's already stopped. He's dead already on his feet.
that would
Yeah,
have
now
actually been
having
a
Mike
really
Guy
cool
die on
send-off,
his
and
feet
then make
after
callback to
supposedly
its
beating,
studio.
like, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And you know
Having
what
a
the
guy
worst bit is?
die on his, they
know
could
what
have
the worst
fucking.
bit is? Yeah.
Have
know-
him,
no,
you know
what the worst bit
have
is?
him in
Yeah.
this stance, and then Madara's like, all right, I'm ready for round 2. And then the ash just starts falling away. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
There is no
That's what I was
more.
gonna say.
You
It's
know,
like I'm
yeah.
like, ooh, you could have
Like, even have
absolutely
Madara.
had that
You could-
be
You
the
could
panel.
even have Madara. You could even have Madara show regret. Like, I've never met a better taijutsu master than you. Like,
I mean, he
He
did.
did. He said
he
that.
did.
He did.
But
He
he did.
did
But it would have
something.
hit so much harder if Guy had died there. Like, no one
Yes,
in the
that's
future will
what
ever
we're
surpass
saying
you.
though.
Well,
Is
yes.
Yeah.
I don't know
and-
why they had Naruto save him. That was so lame. Bro
And
you know what
literally
the
was
worst
gonna
bit is?
pull off the thing,
Yeah.
and then
You know what the
as a
worst bit
Might
is?
Guy
Like,
fan, I'm
he's
still
stuck
mad
in a wheelchair.
about
He's
that.
stuck in a wheelchair in Boruto, and yes, he probably had the
Yeah,
best
it's
scene in
so
Boruto,
cringe.
where he in
Listen,
a wheelchair fucking kicks a fire
I
Genjutsu
I
demon.
would have forgiven everything about us being robbed of an impactful death from Might Guy if they'd made the wheelchair playable in the newest game.
True.
Yeah, but do you know the worst bit? His consolation prize was Fat Anko, not Skinny Anko, Fat Anko.
Yeah, I was never happy with that.
Yeah,
hate
that
that.
was not fun. Yeah.
That's what he got in the end. Guy in a wheelchair with a fat Y.
How did he wait?
Like,
did
Guy,
they canonically end
to
up
be fair,
together? I haven't seen anything about
Yeah.
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
no. And you know what the worst bit is? Like, good for Guy for fucking getting a woman, but like he's a big health nut. He wouldn't have let her get that bad.
No.
I mean, he also wouldn't have let himself be bound to the wheelchair.
Yeah.
I mean, have you
no,
seen the
hell
man?
no. He'd have
The man
PT'd
is
himself.
still like
Look,
in.
You know what the worst
fantastic
bit is
shape.
again?
How? Can
Tsunade
someone
was
give me a
still
panel or
alive.
something? Like, I
Tsunade
thought
was
also,
still
Also,
alive.
it's not just
Naruto
it's not
had
just
his
that, right?
Power
Yeah.
thing.
Naruto had his whole shit. Tsunade was still alive. There was a bunch of ways they could have fixed this. But what they really should have done with Boruto is give Guy the send-off that he fucking deserved at the start. Where, sure, maybe he is still wheelchair-bound, and then some big fucking thing happens. Naruto is gone. Tsunade's gone. All the big damn heroes who are still active and
sudden-
able are gone.
All of a sudden,
And
you
Guy's just
hear
like, alright,
Eighth
very well, and he gets up out of his fucking wheelchair, activates the gates,
no.
and goes one last time.
No, to
Yeah,
actually get
yes.
out of the
Ultimately-
chair, he has to activate the 8th gate one last time. To actually
Yeah,
stand and walk,
exactly.
he has to
Up
put his
there.
body into overdrive. You just hear, what are you gonna do? You're stuck in a chair. Gate, 8th gate, gate of death. Open, and then he just stands up.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Alternately,
exactly.
alternately, if you wanted to make him more of a badass, you could just have him pull a JFK, where
Get shot in the head?
you got polio. You shouldn't be able to
Oh.
walk anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Then through sheer stubbornness, he's like, I'm gonna
Right.
make these fucking toes listen to me.
Yeah.
Well, no, he does
There's a
technically.
pilot who
I
did
don't know
that
if it was in a.
too.
Actually, it probably
He's-
was in a filler with how
he's
much filler
wearing
that
a-
Boruto's got.
He's wearing a permanent boot. He could just stand up, and I was like, "What? You
Yeah.
can stand?" It's like, "Oh yeah, no, the boot's an up sport."
Yeah.
Just a casual was like, "Oh yeah, no, I walk like 30 minutes every day."
Yeah.
Oh,
But why do you have
But
the
yeah, no,
chair? Tsunade said apparently my body is now too physically strong after surviving the 8th gate, so now I've got to be
He
in it
received too many prayers. My grandfather is too powerful. The nurses
so now
can't
I've got
stop
to be in
him.
the chair because apparently when I walk, the world starts cracking.
But no, honestly, they really should have given a guy a good send off where he
They should have.
activates all 8 gates, gets out of the chair, and is like, "All right,
It's
we're about to
It's
clap some
so-
ass."
Let's do this.
It's so bad because you can actually know why it's all like this. Because Kishimoto wants everyone to love his new characters and new stories, so he actively sabotages
It's
and
not
puts aside all the
Kishimoto,
old
though.
ones. Oh no, it's the creator of Boruto, isn't it Kishimoto?
Yeah, no, it's
he's
not
working
Kishimoto.
on it
guy.
now. No,
He's working on it now, but the first
He
half
took
of
over-
Boruto was
He
done
took
by
over
his
like
apprentice.
chapter. I want to say he took over
Oh.
like chapter 40 or 50 or something, somewhere
Yeah.
around there.
But like
Enough.
yeah,
Too
but
late
even
to
with him,
fix the damage done,
Yeah.
but early enough to make sure that at the very least the train wreck becomes entertaining.
How is it
Yeah.
that? What fucking series am I thinking of?
Yeah,
with the
Tab,
fucking
did
Oh,
you,
sorry,
Yeah,
Lamar.
Sneaky, did you hear the newest down low on Kashin Koji?
Kashi
Jiraiya
Koji.
Did you hear the
Jiraiya's
newest thing?
fucking clone.
Yeah,
Jiraiya's
so
clone.
Jiraiya's clone, do you know what
What?
he is? He,
What?
he...
Yeah.
Sneaky, this is in
Kashin
the...
Koji is who looks exactly like Jiraiya. That fans thought Jiraiya survived and is
It's a
acting as a
track.
spy. It's
Yeah,
his clone.
so there's been a new lore drop in the last 2 chapters about him. He sees every and all timelines at once.
Oh,
who
fuck
does?
off.
Oh my
So-
god. Fuck
So
off.
he started cheating and telling Boruto how to perfect his bootleg Hiraishi no Jutsu because Boruto from 20 years from now figured it out, so I'm just gonna tell you how to do it now. It's like, guys,
That's
this is
lame.
dumb.
That is so
That's
fucking
so-
stupid.
I
That's
hate
is.
I hate recursive
It
shit like
is.
that. I hate recursive shit like that so fucking much. But anyway, speaking of recursive
Whoa.
shit and how I hate much of it,
Uh-huh.
author has decided to post about his feelings on Harry Potter.
Uh-oh.
So I'm not the biggest fan of Harry Potter, even before J.K. Rowling went off the deep end. However, I cannot deny that it and fanfiction have not inspired me to write so many amazing stories over the years. And even now, I think we forget that even crap has nuggets of gold in it. It certainly doesn't. That's corn.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought. I am in love with the issues of bias, abuse, and mistreatment in the series, but I hate how it was never addressed in the series. Okay, so no, I'm going to do some translation here. I am in love with the fact that there is abuse and victimization of minorities in the series, but I hate that we never made the entire series about it.
Wait, what? Isn't the Muggleborns now overcounting the fucking purebloods? Isn't it the minorities are the bad guys in that now?
Yes, it was always that way.
Also, I
2
completely
gay
forgot
lovers
that.
were the reason why Hitler rose to power.
Yes.
So,
Also, I completely forgot that Kishimoto's brother is also a mangaka.
you know what's more wild?
What does he do?
666
Markiplier's
say-
brother
Yeah?
is a renowned furry webcomic artist.
Of course he is. Kishimoto's brother does Blazer Drive, 666 Satan, Crimson Wolf. None of his stuff has, and O Parts Hunter. None of his stuff has gotten animes, I think, but he's done some pretty decent short mangas.
Huh.
But yeah, 666 Satan was by him.
Never heard of it.
People protesting JK because they thought HP was satanic. People hate JK because of yeah, totally, absolutely, 100%. There's also so many other things you can talk about J.K. Rowling. You can talk about how she's actually racist. She replaced black people in her movies.
Yes.
You can talk about how J.K. Rowling doesn't like Jews. You can talk about how J.K. Rowling...
Is it just me who Sneaky's gone robotic for, or is it Discord fucking up?
No, I think
It's Discord.
Well,
or is it Sneaky?
for us because of Discord, probably.
I mean, can everyone hear me just fine?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, better.
I mean, I was talking about before in the chat. Yeah, the Weird Fox webcomic. Yeah, it's like two souls, twin souls, two kinds. That's what it was. Yeah, the Weird Fox Slavery Wife webcomic series. Yeah. Yeah. I used to read it back in high school.
I think I read. Yeah, no, I've read some of that too.
Yeah. Literally anyone that's ever read webcomics has read Two Kinds at some point.
Two Kinds.
So, this is Markiplier's brother?
Markiplier's brother.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a cool-ish idea. Humans are Templar. Humans are humans. They have magic. They also have Templars that go around, abusing the various animal races. The various animal races are not portrayed as noble savages. In fact, the Templars, as shown throughout the story when I was reading it, did have justification here and there for doing what they did. Now, it was also shown in the story the Templars went way beyond their justification, but it was there. It wasn't like they were just fabricating out of nothing to be racist for racism's sake. So honestly, the author does a fairly good job of keeping things nuanced, from what I remember. But it was a little bit weird, because like basically the whole premise is that the main character had amnesia, and he was previously like the head Templar guy who did lots of genocide and village killing, and then he got a fox wife, and then he lost his memories, and then found another fox wife or something, and then tried to regain his memories or something, and it's been over a decade.
I don't remember much about it. I just remember the art style was actually really nice.
Oh yeah, no, you should see it what it looks like today. Every once in a while, I check up on it still, because it's now updating at the speed of molasses. They've been in the same house for the past 8 years, I think.
Oh Jesus!
Guts is still on the boat. Got it.
Oh,
Yeah. There was also the. Oh no, it wasn't a wolf girl in her brother's body. That was it was a set of wolf twins. One was a girl, one was a boy. And the girl had her soul either experimented on or shattered or broken in some way from magic or something. And so a dragon healed the girl using her brother's soul as like a scaffold. But the problem is that in this universe souls are gendered. So because they used the brother's soul as a scaffold for her soul to heal, she viewed herself as a guy. And for like the next years, and they actually just recently resolved this, and the character had to go through this whole trauma arc of the guy who originally shattered her soul showed back up, and she had to go through this whole character discovery where she realized that she wasn't actually a guy and she wasn't her brother's twin. She was actually her own person, and managed to use that to, because like the guy who casted magic on her that was based on identity, and so by switching her identity to her real identity, she managed to get out of his magic to hurt him or something. Like I said, they've been in the house for a really long fucking time. They've been in this house for so long. But yeah, it used to move a lot faster, and when it started slowing down, I stopped reading it as frequently. But I mean, I've already fucking dedicated like years to reading it, so at this point, I'm kind of just sticking around because the art's pretty good. And I've already sunk too much time on it to stop. And unlike Algunish Shive, the author didn't go off the fucking deep end when his political opponent that he didn't a race.
Mm.
The EGS guy went fucking insane. Just absolute, totally insane. So I was just kind of, all right, buddy. You have fun being insane. But anyway, let's see. I'm in love. You blah blah blah. So it was glossed over just like Lily was. I need to fix this in some way. And so instead of making Harry Potter fanfiction, I will write a new series inspired by Harry Potter. Hashtag queer author, hashtag queer fantasy, hashtag queering romance. This is why I'm not a huge fan of these people. Because they sit here and they say things like, I'm going to do it better in a new way. But what they actually mean by that is, I'm going to write my sexual orientation into the story.
Hmm.
And it's like, I don't have a problem with that. Just don't say shit like, I'm going to make it better.
Yeah.
Dan and Mab was more of my thing. I only know about two kinds from webcomic reviews. Dan and Mab. Dan and Mab. Vaguely recall Dan and Mab. But yeah, I just hate this fucking language about, these tales are old and tired and they're cliched and I'm gonna do them better. And what they do when they say do them better is you look at what they think is better and it's literally just the same cliches, but the main character is a girl now and she's of a non-USA majority skin color and possibly gay, possibly bi. Well, it used to be bi. Now it's just gay. But it's kind of just like, okay, so you literally just did everything you criticized, but it's better now because the character is you. Okay. Whatever. Fucking ego the size of a goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. I think fanfiction of Harry Potter is 10 times better than the original Harry Potter story. It's always more fleshed out, more loved, and more creative.
No.
Well,
I mean,
yes,
it usually is better.
it can be, but that's mostly because the draw is already in place, you know?
Yeah.
Like, when you're writing a Harry Potter story, people are coming to read it because it has their favorite character, Harry Potter, or, insert character here, but mostly Harry Potter. It has their favorite character, Harry Potter, in the story, so they want to read a story about Harry Potter. So you don't have to sell them on a new fantasy story about an abused orphan boy who goes on to become the savior of the magical world. You can just say Harry Potter, and that will get 10 times more eyes, 100 times more eyes, 1,000,000 times more eyes. Because the thing is that at the end of the day, generic abused orphan boy who goes on to save the magical world is a fairly common trope.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to sell people. You have to make your world even more creative and wild and wacky or darker or something to make people go, okay, fine, I'll read your story. But you don't need to do that when it's a Harry Potter story. So because you don't need to do that because it's already a Harry Potter story, and you already have tons of things that the Harry Potter fandom has already decided on. I mean, you have hundreds of people that have come before you, thousands of people that have come before you that have written far better stories, and they've already created a whole bunch of fandom that sounds pretty good and people generally like. So you could just use that. So people have already crowdsourced the writing of the book for you effectively. You just have to fucking write it at this point, which I mean is a skill in of itself. But still, the point being is that you can't sit there and fucking lift your nose at the original work, being like, oh, well, it didn't address these issues. Oh, there's such a bad author. It's like, well, they didn't have the fucking time to, because the fucking story was about a goddamn boy and having his goddamn adventure of becoming a zero to hero. He was also going from child to man. He was also going through the hero's journey. He had multiple arcs going for character development, for cliches, for themes and tropes, and the J.K. Rowling didn't have time to derail the fucking story just so she could sit here and be like, alright, so for the next 5 chapters, we're gonna talk about how bad it is that the goblins are poor and abused.
And also, those things weren't actual issues during the time she was fucking writing them.
Yeah.
Like, they
They
weren't
were
big
historical
issues.
they were systemic issues. They were issues, but they weren't like race riots.
Yeah.
So, because they aren't race riots, that means they're not an active part of the plot. Because they're not an active part of the plot, they don't get the fucking screen time, because it's not about them!
Mm-hmm. But Sneaky,
So,
everything's gotta be about them. Everything's gotta be about them.
I know, I hate it when people just don't understand. They think they're fucking, what pisses me off the most is they think they're smart when they say shit like, oh, well, the fan fiction's better because it covers these topics, and it's like, bitch, you go write an original story then. You go become a multi-million-dollar, famous across the world author, genre-defining work. Go tell me how easy it is when you accomplish that.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, you're down here in the muck with the rest of us fucking amateur authors who are writing small little chapters of fan fiction based off of someone else's effort. So don't fucking sit there and turn your nose up saying, oh, my stuff's so much fucking better because I can focus on the real issues that are important. Unlike what J.K. Rowling did in her story that she already wrote for me that I can use.
Our response to that would be, if you can write it better, why didn't you write it first?
True.
Why did you need it
would
as
fit right into
inspiration?
Hogwarts. Yeah, he would. Izuku would fit
He
right
would.
into Hogwarts. Funnily enough,
And then
History Professor bringing up 20,000 Goblin Rebellion was the current gag. Yeah, I know.
On the other
like,
hand,
has-
Izuku would fit in until he jumps in front of an Avada Kedavra curse.
True.
So he can be
Then he would
useful.
fit in a casket.
Yeah.
That's
All
true.
just so it could be useful.
Imagine Pohl writing an HP fanfic about a Goblin Rebellion. No, that would be something. So the author also goes on to re-Tumblr. Whatever the fucking word is, where you take someone else's Tumblr post and you post it as well.
Ah, yeah.
As a huge fan of Harry Potter and Percy Jackson, it always rubs me the wrong way when people criticize Harry by saying Percy challenged the corrupt system and held them accountable. Harry just became part of it.
But he did.
Harry
Yeah,
literally
but
became
it-
part of the system. Percy
He did,
Jackson
but
was
it-
offered godhood, literal godhood, and said, miss me with that shit.
Yeah, but didn't he say that specifically because he thought he was going to get together with Annabeth, and Annabeth went on and did other things without him?
No, they did. I think they never made it official. They did kiss each other, but then he got taken by Hera to the Roman camp.
Right.
And then there was the sequels that were all really shit that because of Apollo.
Right.
You can
right.
literally blame Apollo for everything in the end.
Yeah, true. But,
Apollo's fault.
I mean, also, the other end of that stick is the fact that Percy Jackson was trying to change a group. Harry Potter had to change a culture, which is wildly different in both application and practicality.
Yes, but
trying
also,
to hold the gods accountable is way different especially once you become their champion and save the whole world like 3 times in a row. Way different than Harry Potter, who finally defeated the Dark Lord that he defeated 7 other times previously, but for real this time. When Harry
then
Potter
never used
finally
his
defeated the Dark
fame,
Lord.
and never used his fame or pull to change anything, and that there's still no Muggleborn Ministry of Magics, Minister of Magics or whatever. Muggleborn still
Yeah,
don't really have
sure.
all that much rights. Like he literally didn't change anything. He was just content to fade into the background.
Well, I mean, that's what
Because that's
the
how Harry
like,
was.
literally.
That's how he.
Yeah,
that's all he wanted to be. That he wanted to just be just Harry. So it fits his character, but you can't say he didn't change anything because the fact is, if he tried to, he would have fucked himself over and what he wanted. He was selfish, which is fine.
Bro, the whole subtext and main text was about how people who are disadvantaged are people too. Yeah, yeah. No, it's just wild because it's just like Harry Potter followed his character arc accurately. He was always aiming to not be the center of attention. He was always aiming to fade into the background. Yeah. And the reason why he stepped up in the end every single time is because he realized that no one else would step up. So he said, fuck it, okay, fine, I won't. I'll fucking step forward, I'll step up, I'll take care of the problem, and then hopefully next year there'll be no more problems I have to step up towards, and I can just have a normal fucking year of living. That's what Harry Potter's goal always was. Oh, it always was a lie. But that was always Harry Potter's goal. And also, he didn't use his fame to manipulate people. Yeah, because Harry didn't like it when people tried to use their power and authority to manipulate him. Huh. So the guy who got manipulated by authority figures didn't want to use his authority to manipulate other people. Damn, I guess J.K. Rowling's just a shit author.
Yeah,
you know, it's just... It's like, yes, could Harry have fixed things? Yes. Did that mean he would have to play a very active part in the culture that doesn't like him? Yes. Would that mean he would have to play an active part and do and hold positions that he doesn't like? Yes. Would that mean he would have to...
And play an active part in the culture that literally turned on him multiple times in an instant the minute they heard something they didn't like? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's just like, okay.
Like,
you know.
Harry's not a saint or savior, even being the boy who lived. He was human, and he has human emotions. And J.K. Rowling actually showed that.
Yeah, it's just wild that people just
don't realize.
Well, no, it's like I can get people not realizing it too well because I mean J.K. Rowling did a decent job of not screaming it at everyone's faces, but if you're really gonna sit down and take so much time to be like, oh well, Harry could have done this, this, and this, but like you have to actively not look at the reasons why Harry didn't do those things. Like you have to go out of your way to intentionally be blind to the reason why you're wrong when you're thinking about that stuff. Even back in 06, Rick was talking about how women and crippled people could do cool stuff, and then he moved on to other things. Yeah, there's like 20 billion examples across the entire Percy Jackson series about how people in other situations can make things out of themselves. Yeah, totally. Yeah, he had the whole fucking Tyson, where he was considered stupid and brutish, and you know got picked on for being a runt Cyclops, and then Percy was like, "No, but you can still be good. You just have to find the thing you're good at." And then it turned out he was good at smithing, and so then he became a great smither, and everyone really liked Tyson for his smithing. And it's like, yeah, 100%. I totally back messages like that. That's great messaging to have for a young adult story for kids.
Tyson is one of the most obvious autism stand-ins that's ever been.
Oh,
like,
absolutely. Yeah, and it's just 100%. It's just, it's absolutely wild that if you like, I can understand the average person reading like Percy Jackson or Harry Potter and not getting the more subtle, nuanced stuff going on in the book because there is. there's messaging and implications and stuff like that in the books. I'm not saying they're super fucking deep. I'm just saying it's there.
Yeah.
I can understand that people don't get that. But if you're gonna sit there and make a giant blog post about it and devote thinking time to it, and you're gonna go on rants about it, and you're gonna declare to the world you're gonna write a new fantasy series that does Harry Potter better.
Bet.
Well, arrogant can you
Well,
do it?
Well, no, it's not just that. If you see a bridge, and you see the bridge is leaning a little bit, and you look at that bridge and you say, I'm going to build a better bridge. Well, the first thing you want to do, if you think you're going to build a better bridge, is figure out why the fucking bridge needs to be built better. Oh, this bridge is leaning. Well, maybe it's actually leaning because it's on a slight slope between the 2 points it's connecting. And so the suspension system they use requires it to be leaning to properly distribute the weight. So because you thought it was a flaw, upon doing research, you realize actually that's needed for this suspension system to be used properly to properly distribute the weight to make sure the bridge keeps working for a long period of time. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that lean does need to be in there. That's what I'm saying, though. If you're really going to sit here and be like, I'm going to write the next Harry Potter, but better, well, you have to figure out what's wrong with Harry Potter first, and you have to figure out if that's actually true. You can't just be like, oh, well, Harry Potter did all these things wrong. All right, well, can you give me an example about how it did it wrong? No. I'm just going to do it better. Okay, buddy. Yeah, and I have a bridge in San Francisco to sell you. Bro, Harry Potter chose Ron Weasley over as his friend over Malfoy in Book Run. Yeah, totally. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's wild. It's insane how illiterate these people who spend. And what's wild about these people, and what makes me so pissed off, right? It's like, this isn't the sort of person that's like, oh, I have an idle thought. I'm going to go on Twitter and post it. No, they logged into their Tumblr. Their personally cultivated Tumblr page. They've no doubt spent hours a day on and about, right? And they thought about this a whole bunch, and they made a post, and they shot it out into the atmosphere for everyone to see. Because they wanted everyone to see it.
Yeah.
This isn't like the idle musings of some illiterate person who doesn't understand nuance. This is the deliberate musings of an illiterate person who doesn't understand nuance. Who thinks that their deliberate musings are somehow enlightened and better than other people, and they understood Harry Potter more than those plebs who like the book. How dare they? Don't they understand these issues? The bridge is leaning. It's just fucking wild. It's just fucking wild. If the aim is to criticize J.K. Rowling, I'm more than willing to do so. There are plenty of other decisions she made that deserve scrutiny. That's literally what I said. Yep. There's way more things you can complain about J.K. Rowling doing than the things that people actually complain about J.K. Rowling doing. Harry becoming an Auror is not one of the issues. He didn't join a flawed institution to become a corruption. He joined it trying to fix it. Harry is powerful, headstrong, determined, drawn to mystery, and has a commitment to justice. Extremely powerful is questionable. But he's definitely headstrong. He's definitely determined. He does have a curious air to him. A deep commitment to justice. No, I don't think he has a deep commitment to justice. He just had. I think it's his earlier traits, his headstrongness, his determination. I think those are playing in. He does have an idea of what justice is,
Mm.
to him, and his stubbornness kicks in when he sees it not being done,
Mm.
and it makes him feel like, well, if no one else, if not me, then who? Um, he was made to be an Aurora? Not really. His goal is to make the wizarding world safer, true. To pursue dark wizards, true. And eliminate threats hanging over the world.
That's between our nations. Yay, James!
I love Percy more than anything, and his choice to step back and live his life instead of becoming an immortal god was brave and humble.
God?
I wouldn't say it was brave and humble. Percy was a simple person. He liked things simple. He didn't like the rules the gods had to follow. He didn't like their non-interference. He didn't like the systems they had set up. He didn't like the culture they had. It wasn't brave and humble for him to reject it. It was expected. You're
Yeah,
not
that was his character.
Percy. Yeah, and not only that, it's like Percy up until that point had clashed with the gods numerous times. He knew that there was no changing the gods. Trying to change the gods would be a multi-century affair of trying to like slowly manipulate the world image of these gods until they were less giant dicks. Like that was literally how you'd have to do, and of course Percy Jackson isn't the sort of person to do that. If he can't change someone's mind by either punching them in the face or, more preferably, talking to them, then he's not gonna bother. Like that's,
And of
I mean,
course,
literally, if you like his time at camp shows that there was tons of people he just didn't interact with. They had negative opinions of him, and he basically was like, "Okay,
see,
whatever."
the issue here is you are correct about all of that. The underlying issue, however, is that they then had the entire Apollo series of books, which undermines literally everything you talked about.
Yeah.
Because the entire Apollo series of books is that Apollo once again does something shitty and dickish, and Zeus goes, "Fine, I'm gonna make you an ugly, pimply teenage mortal until you learn a lesson."
Oh.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. I was able to, through the power of Kindle Unlimited, read those books for free,
Fair.
and so read them I did. The issue is, like I said, for some reason I forget what, but Apollo does something that pisses his dad off. And so he's like, "All right, fine. I'm gonna make you immortal until you learn your lesson." And somehow the lesson that he has to learn is that he needs to stop viewing people as disposable and that they matter and that it's not just about what they can do for him, but about the power of friendship and love and blah 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 blah, which is
Right,
all
sure.
fine, but nothing that Zeus has done previously in those
Right.
books would indicate that he would be that way. And Jesus Christ, I'm losing my entire voice.
Yeah.
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, if Zeus could have done this before, why hasn't he already? Yeah, it's that whole
if Zeus
problem.
was that concerned, why didn't
Right.
he do anything before?
Exactly, and that's what the main problem is when it comes to writing a longer series, is when you introduce new powers in, especially to characters that are already existing. It's sort of like it's like introducing a healing spell. That's actually perfect. It's like resurrection spells existing in an MMO, but they have your character in the cutscene where some important NPC dies.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just like, all right, cool, resurrect,
Like
anyone.
that's always been a huge problem in Final Fantasy 14 because like we fight gods. and the
Yeah.
white mage in the right. I took a tank buster from God, and I didn't have I only had one of my damage reduction abilities up, and it destroyed 85% of my health. And the white mage goes, "Walk that off, bitches."
Yeah. Yeah,
Or
exactly.
like,
And it's
yeah, right.
now I can
You
understand a
screwed
certain
up,
level of
and the
like
super. I know, but again, right? You screwed up, and the super dragon fucking dunked you and smashed you into the floor like you're a piece of putty.
yeah.
Res.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's there is a degree of MMO mechanics getting in the way. 'Cause it's like, oh, this is the Soul Killer blade, and then the boss is using the Soul Killer blade to kill the important NPC, and it's like then he fights you in the raid with the Soul Killer blade, but like he can't actually kill your character because if he does, then you lose all your character shit. Like that'd be terrible for fucking user retention. So you can't actually have the Soul Killer blade kill
You
your
know what?
character's soul.
I think that you know what, they should make the boss fight against the
Yeah.
like the champion heroic, whatever you want to call that version of the instance. That version of the
Right.
instance should just be do it, but if you fuck up,
So true.
it deletes your account.
Sorry, last block. Yeah,
True.
definitely. Instant deletion of everything.
It's just like
Actually,
they're like,
I think From Software should just like make a difficulty where if you lose the game, they send a person to your house to fucking kill you in real life.
Just kill you in real life.
Yeah, they send like a Bitcoin assassin to your house.
They don't.
They
They don't just
detonate
kill
your
you.
gas
They
main.
don't kill you.
They just like
no.
blow up your house. Like, oh shit, you have
No,
like
they come in.
an oven? No, it's
come
gone.
in-
You boom,
They come in.
kaboom.
No, they come and
Mm.
face you, but if you win, you get your character back. This is your
Oh,
continue.
of course, yeah. You have to kill. You have to kill them to continue.
Yeah, you kill him in real life, and then you continue your game. And then, like, if you
Yeah,
lose, your
no,
gas main is just like a bomb. I don't know.
well, no, what it is right. He shows up to your house, and you've got it. Right, you die, and they're like,
Yes.
all right, someone will be dispatched to your house within 48 hours. And they've got a QR code on them. That QR code is good for 48 hours. If you can beat this guy within 48 hours and take the QR code from him, you'll get your character back. Otherwise, he'll kill you.
Yeah. But no, it's like 100%. Like I mean, I think there'd be a I don't know how you would ever fucking balance that. I mean, there'd be maybe you know what? Maybe you can balance it by having like basically a lockout, right? Like resurrection spells are disabled for this fight. And if you die during the fight, you can't resurrect for that raid.
Yeah.
Like you can resurrect, but you can't go back into the raid. Like maybe running it like that would be a decent MMO balance. But yeah, it's really hard to balance that sort of shit for MMO, but then it also really massively undermines any sort of scene you might have. Like, you know, if Harry Potter knew some sort of like full body healing spell, then there would be multiple moments throughout Harry Potter where you like say it always existed, everyone knew about it, and this was only knowledge that was given to the audience in the 8th book. A lot of the audience would be justified in being like, well, why the fuck did no one ever bring up this easy to cast full body healing spell for the past 8 years? Like why is it only being brought up now?
No, nobody told Harry how to cast Greater Restoration.
Yeah, so that's the issue when you introduce sort of things like that, where like, oh, Zeus decides he's going to mortalize a god. Just, you know, he just decides to do that and just does it, and apparently no one can contradict him. And
Well, apparently,
you know,
apparently that's something he did once in like actual Greek mythology. I didn't bother to check that, but like again, the issue there is right, like
but it's one thing to say that he did that in mythology and that's why he can do it now. That's fine. I don't
Yeah.
care about that part. The part that's important, it's the Chekhov's gun. You know? Sure, the guy might have been a gun owner, but until you actually put a gun onto the set, he's not really a gun owner in the narrative.
Hmm.
He doesn't actually have access to a gun yet. But the second you put that gun on the set, now you are telling the audience that he has a gun, which means now the audience is expecting for that gun to be used. And they'll also say shit like, well, if he had a gun this whole time, why didn't he use it earlier when the person broke into his house and killed his family? That would have been a pretty good time to use it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so
So thanks
Yeah.
to the power of Google.
Yeah.
So apparently Apollo did something during the war against Gaia, and so in order to get divinity back, Zeus made him into a 16-year-old named Lester Papadopoulos. I'd erased so much from my brain. But yeah, so then he has to complete his godly trials.
Oh, okay. But again, still,
most of
that
which
kind of
rely on, most of which means he has to rely on his, the people around him, because he has literally no godly powers. He's just a fucking fat 16-year-old nerd.
So just to be clear here, Apollo did something that made him lose his godly powers, or he did
No,
something
no,
that
no,
caused
no,
Zeus
no.
to punish
He
him.
did something that pissed Zeus
Called
off,
Zeus.
and Zeus removed them as
Okay.
a punishment.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying
Yes.
though, is that does put that into a position of Zeus alone did the punishment. Zeus
Yes.
was always capable of doing this. Why hasn't he
just
done
needed-
this in the past 1,000 years?
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to clarify for everybody and make sure the ducks were all
Right.
in a
No,
row, that
I
Zeus was
understand.
100%
I just wanted to be clear here that it wasn't like Apollo wounded himself during the battle. It wasn't a case of, the 12 gods got together and were like, you, Apollo, will be punished now. But if it's literally just Zeus deciding alone to be able to do this, and he does it, and Apollo wasn't injured, he wasn't weakened or something that allowed Zeus to do this to him. It was just Zeus said, nope, fuck you, you're a fat snob now. And they popped into a teenager. That introduces complications to the story, because why didn't Zeus do this earlier? If Zeus has such an issue with Apollo's attitude of viewing people as disposable tools, then why didn't Zeus do anything about the other gods' attitudes? Why didn't Zeus do anything about the fact that Artemis is just completely abandoning half of her godly charge? Because she's the goddess of children, not little girls.
Yeah.
Probably
you knew
because it doesn't affect
the Catholic priests were picking up the other end of the slack there.
Oh, yeah, true.
Oh, probably because it doesn't directly affect Zeus's power or authority. I'm guessing that
Neither did
he
Apollo.
did something. Who?
Neither did Apollo's thing. I think the thing Apollo did was like put Thalia in danger.
I don't know what he did. I don't remember. The summary that I looked over again just said something he did in the war with Gaia pissed them off. It, pissed Zeus off, and Zeus was like, "All right, boom,
yeah,
fat nerd."
Yeah, so but relying on it's like, oh, in the past 1,000 years, no one has ever pissed off Zeus this much until Apollo in this very moment. Really? Zeus? Yeah. No one's pissed him off. Really?
I mean, to be fair, I would actually put what Zeus is doing equal to Apollo, what he did to Dionysus. Because he made, Apollo was super proud of his looks and being a hot blonde. Dionysus was really loving being a drunk. So it was basically the same thing that he did to his son, just fitting the god. Other son.
No, because Dionysus still had some of his power.
Yeah, didn't Dionysus
when
off?
he could still make he couldn't make himself wine, but he could make himself infinite Diet Coke. He was also still a god. You couldn't kill him.
Yeah.
Apollo was stripped of godly power. He didn't have access to the chariot. He didn't have access to the ability to foretell the future. He wasn't strong. He didn't have a good body. He was 100% mortal and could absolutely be murdered. If he did not complete the trials. He would just be stuck as Lester Papadopoulos until he died, and then he'd be dead. And Zeus would have put someone else in the Apollo's chair. How, I don't know, but...
But anyway.
Probably Talia. You
Um,
think he did it just because he wanted to make Talia a god?
maybe.
No.
Anyway, I love Percy, blah, blah, blah. I love how Seaweed Brain just wants to live his life in peace with his girlfriend and his besties. But Harry, after all the betrayal and trauma he endured from the ministry, chose to work with the ministry. Took immense courage. No, not really. It actually doesn't take immense courage to work with people you hate.
No. It just takes
Doesn't
patience.
take bravery. Well, it doesn't even take patience. It just has to be the easier option.
Mm.
Like, if your options are riot against the ministry and overthrow an established magical government,
That, for all of its
or
faults, is
just
keeping...
take the job.
I want to be clear. For all of its
Yeah.
faults, the magical government is keeping 90% of wizards from going out and committing random
Yeah.
homicides against normal people.
Yeah, so it's like okay, so he either has to overthrow the government, or he can just take a job as a police officer. Well, taking a job as a police officer is way fucking easier. Just is.
Yeah.
And look, people just want easier lives, just in general. There's a lot of definitions to the word easier that those people want. But they just want easier lives.
Yeah.
They want to invent things that make their lives easier. They want to see things. They want to do things. They want to have a job that's fun. They want to have a house that's nice and enjoyable for them. That's not too big, but not too small. They want 2.5 kids with their white picket fence and one half of a dog. It's people in a vast majority aren't super into, waking up in the morning and bashing their head against something they hate constantly for the hope that maybe in the vague future something might be better for someone else. Generally, 99.95% of people don't do that.
No.
Well, speaking of things people don't do, I am
Is that
going to
sleep?
go to bed. Yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say science commissions, but alright.
Yeah, that's true. But Sign's not here to take
Good night.
that, so.
Oh.
Good night.
God, when did everyone go?
If Percy Jackson, well, I mean, Rule
Most everyone
bowed
was
out.
by like 9:30.
Yeah. They must
What are you
bowed
talking about?
out
It's only
by
2
an hour
p.m.
ago.
It's only 2 p.m.
I'm so glad you signed up to
Uh,
stay for another 7 hours, Kaz.
Oh, fuck.
I'm so
But
sorry.
I don't play
that-
Dota. I don't play Dota.
If
I don't
Percy
know if
Jackson was
will
the main
soon.
character of
Yeah,
Harry
no.
Potter, the story would go way different. True. Yeah, no, Percy Jackson was in Harry Potter's place, the story would go way different. Harry Potter in an alternate timeline, Voldemort has some good ideas, he went about it the wrong way. Also true. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. The thing is with Harry Potter is that Harry is in a position where he's been abused by authority. And the reason
He's
why
been basically
he stands...
1.5.
Yeah, but the reason why he stands against, say, Malfoy is because Malfoy tried to use the logical fallacy of appeal to authority against Harry, who hates authority. And so, of course,
And also
Harry...
reminded him of his family and cousins, which have been abusing him since he's 1.5.
And so, because Harry is a contrarian to a certain degree and stubborn, he decided that anything that Malfoy supported, he didn't like.
Nope.
And he wasn't really even amazing friends with Ron until Malfoy started being like, "Oh, you shouldn't be friends with Ron. He's terrible." And Harry was like, "Oh, fuck you, then. He's double my friend now."
Yeah, Harry was like, dude, I don't even know about this scar, how I got it, or anything like that. Why are you asking? In comes Malfoy, and it's like, yep, I'm ride and die with this guy.
Yeah. Oh, you don't like Ron? Terrible. He's my best friend now.
Yep.
So, but Percy would be more the sort of person who, upon meeting Malfoy and Malfoy talking shit to him, Percy would just kind of shrug and try and get along with Malfoy. Not support him, not agree with him, but just be like, okay, man, well, whatever. Yeah, that's. I don't agree with you, but I think we'll still be friends.
Alright, I guess.
Like, I mean, Clarissa is like a great example, right?
Yeah.
Clarissa. It bullied him constantly for years.
Yep.
And then finally, he's like, alright, fuck it, kicks her ass. Okay, are you done being a bully now? Yes. Great. We're friends now.
I see we've chosen the Nanoha route for this one.
Yeah.
Got it.
I guess you're actually named Percy and not Pansy or Pussy.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's worse, Smelly Gabe or Vernon? I would say
Gabe.
Gabe, yeah, because Gabe actually abused his wife.
And actually hit her.
Yeah.
Vernon actually never hit Harry, no matter what Fanon thought, because it's not normal to do that in your to your family.
Yeah. Percy might be put off because Malfoy reminds him of the guys from private school. Yeah, he would be put off, but he wouldn't he would either ultimately ignore Malfoy or be just neutral to him. He wouldn't go out of his way to be against whatever Malfoy supported.
Yes. Also, Percy would get into Hufflepuff, but then hate it because it's not blue like Ravenclaw.
True.
He would just go, "Can I be in the blue house, please?"
The blue house is better.
Why? It's blue.
Heel face turn? Yeah.
One of those students.
But yeah, no, it's very much a situation of they are distinctly different heroes with distinctly different backgrounds. They both obviously follow the hero's journey. They both have similar tropes and themes around them concerning, parentage, the secret power that they hold, blah blah blah, like doing great things, hated by the culture, having to lead the culture. Like they they have similar paths but vastly different personalities. And I think it's completely unreasonable to try and compare the two and be like, oh, well, J.K. Rowling's a bad author because Harry Potter isn't Percy Jackson. It's like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Clarice, after Percy beats her up, wait, what, are you trying to hook up? You're like 12, come back in a few years? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, Clarice was interested in Percy after he beat her.
Yeah. He was, and then she ended up nursing a guy who fell out of the labyrinth, and she decided she liked being motherly and matronly to him.
Something like that, yeah. Nightingale effect, literally.
Yeah. I still think Aphrodite fucked shit up, but whatever.
Yeah, average Aphrodite. But anyway, so yeah, the author of this post is just showing an extreme amount of media illiteracy.
Yeah. And bias.
Yeah, massive bias, massive reinterpretation of facts. So what's the term? Alternative facts. That's what it was. Determined to fix a broken system. No, he wasn't. Percy was absolutely not determined to fix a broken system, and neither was Harry Potter.
In fact, they were pretty similar in that neither wanted to be the child of prophecy, and they just wanted to live their life.
While I have endless admiration for Percy calling out the corruption present, Harry didn't tell them to fix it. He chose to fix it himself.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. Stop pitting them against each other. J.K. Rowling has made mistakes that we can never forgive her for.
This man is quite literally fucking like taking fan fictions that he's read as facts and what Harry did.
It's not only that, he's writing fucking fan fictions about what Rowling did. All Rowling said was that men
Let's
say they're women
no.
shouldn't be in bathrooms with women. I'm just quoting
Yeah.
what she's saying.
Which is right. Like those
I'm not saying
bathrooms.
that. I'm just saying
Okay.
that's
Well,
what
no,
she
those
fucking
bathrooms.
said.
Kaz.
I'm just saying those
Sneaky-
things are
it-
safe
Kaz,
spaces for women.
Kaz. Sneaky's
Hmm?
quoting. We're not getting
Yeah.
into this.
Yeah.
I'm not dealing with
Fine.
this late at night. You can
Fine.
bitch about it all you want on the hidden podcast. Sneaky hasn't run for a year now because no one showed up that said they would show up.
Yeah, because I ended up
True.
somehow sleeping in till for like 14 hours the last time he tried to get it on.
Yeah.
I still have no
Percy
idea
was
why I slept
determined
that
to
long.
fix a broken system at the end of book 5, when it was so obvious that minor gods were rebelling and shit, but he never really followed through on it, and the gods did the bare minimum. Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Like
that's
the thing
point,
is though,
like,
yeah. The thing is though, he did
yeah,
ask
Percy's
for cabins for all
smart-mouthed.
the minor gods. He asked
Yeah.
for cabins for all the minor gods, and then all of a sudden Zeus was like, "Nah, I'm good. Oh, what's that? My son wants the exact same thing. Yeah, he's a hero. No one's ever thought of that or wanted that. He's so kind. Let's give him it." Like
Yeah,
Zeus
exactly.
was literally only did it because his son wanted it.
That sounds like
What?
no, that sounds normal. Good
No,
guys are
well,
all
yeah,
about-
that's totally
that sounds
normal.
right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, right, is that Percy, the author of this post is misconstruing Percy running his mouth as
For
calling out the
kindness.
corruption.
No.
Oh.
There's a
Percy's-
difference
Yeah.
between
Percy's got constant foot and mouth syndrome. Like that's just
yeah,
Percy.
well, it's effectively like, you know, it'd be like if your boss or your boss's boss was giving a presentation at some fucking meeting at your job, and you know, the boss opens up with a slide that says, "Here at this company, we care about you," and then you say some sort of comment that, while accurate, is completely not reasonable to say during the meeting in terms of social, you know, graces. Of something like, "Oh, we care about how much you make for us." You know, some pithy, smart-ass comment that is accurate. It is calling out the corruption, but
Yeah.
it's not
I've
him
heard that in the
intentionally trying to point it out. It's just him fucking running his mouth.
Yep. I've heard that in my own workplace, and it wasn't even followed up by anything good. It was, "Oh, you care about how much we make, and when we make you a lot, you don't give us a pay rise." And it's like, this is not the time to freaking bring that up.
Yeah. It's just like,
Unless
yeah.
you're not wanting to hand in your resignation.
Yeah.
And
And like the person who they said that to, it's high up, yeah, but they're not even the person that deals with the fucking paychecks or how much people get paid.
So they're smart mouthing to the wrong fucking person too. Even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, he wanted to fix the system. Percy was the sort of person who, when they saw injustice in front of them, they wanted to fix it because it was the right thing to do. Not because they had like a strong sense of justice, but because
how
they
his
wanted
mother
to help
raised him.
people in front of them. Yeah.
And it's because it's how his mother raised him. He would have felt he's letting his mother down if he didn't speak up.
Well, not only that, it's
he's
also
very cool.
like,
Percy is a mama's boy. That's it.
well, yeah, true, but I mean, it's also like shit. Like, you know, the reason why he even asked for the minor gods to get caverns was because he felt it was only fair.
Yeah. And because of all the minor gods,
They're
demigod
gods, too.
children that he saw literally die in front of him during the course of this war, and realized this could have been avoided.
They deserved it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Percy Jackson has loyalty, and what people don't really understand is loyalty goes a lot of ways. When you see a man die in front of you for you, you feel fucking loyalty for him.
Yes.
Typhon, when Poseidon arrived, Percy, being his son, gave him a good amount of clout. Kind of hard comparing apples to apples. He did see getting fucked over. In war, anyone like that part of Big 12 being shoved in the Yeah. No, like I said, well, yeah, 100% we're agreeing. Yeah. The people absolutely got fucked over and they deserve better, which is exactly what Percy's line of reasoning was. Is these people in front of me deserve better, they are contributing, they're doing their fair share, they should get their fair share back.
his thought was also on, I don't want to fight and potentially kill my fellow humans in the future for the
Yeah,
gods'
well,
sake.
yeah, yeah.
How can I avoid this? Because a good
Yeah, yeah,
chunk of the human opponents was because the minor gods and their children thought they weren't getting enough like recognition.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah, so it's just like I fucking hate these sorts of people. Like this fucking author is just so up his own ass. Like Jesus Christ. Keys of the Future, Royal Road. Like, check me out on Royal Road. Bro came out and wrote some fucking jank ass Percy Jackson story after they declared they would no longer be writing stories anymore. And it's not even a Percy Jackson focused story. It's about some fucking OC, them, in another world, again, having a power fantasy again, doing something that no one else has ever done before, again. Like, bro writes the most, for someone who's apparently a award-winning original author, they have the least amount of originality ever when it comes to their fucking fan fiction. There's not a single fucking original thought ever. Like, maybe that's why they're so bad at writing fan fiction and they can never stick to one idea, is because all they want to ever do when it comes to fan fiction is stick themselves into some story, give themselves some jank-ass overpowered ability, and then raffle stomp people and march their way to victory. Oh, I wonder why I can never stay with the story. It's like maybe because you spent all of your time fantasizing how cool you are instead of actually thinking about how you're gonna fucking write something.
But also, I'm pretty sure his award-winning story isn't award-winning because I was reading the blurb of it and looked at the cover, and to me that just fucking looks like the inheritance cycle, the Aragon fix. It looks like he's ripped off that and made it his own story.
I wouldn't be surprised. Aragon's a pretty solid story to
is.
base your stuff off of.
Like, it doesn't involve as much dragons and shit like that, but it literally looks like the main character is just Aragon.
Fuck, we should do a fanfiction author tier list. What do you mean fanfiction author tier list? Like category of fanfic author, or like literally their name? Because I cannot be fucked to try and gather up names.
Unless you mean like the most famous ones and the ones most brought up, like FTDS and fucking James Fawkes and shit like that, and rank
Yeah,
them
but
how
even
bad they
like,
are.
but here's the thing, right? Like trying to categorize them from like least worst to worstest, I cannot even be fucked to spend the amount of time, energy, or mental capacity on any.
No, we don't have to do least and best worst. We just need two categories. Writes better than sign, writes worse than sign.
Well, unfortunately, a fair number of those is going to be on one of those sides.
Yeah. Fine, we can add two more. Writes better smut than sign, writes worse smut than sign.
Well, again, that's going to be highly occupied. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we could do like a fan fiction author trope tier list of like, what are the worst tropes we see. That'd be cool for like a New Year's stream. Get everyone on. We all put votes towards what's the worst trope. What's the least worst trope we see fan fiction authors do. That'd be kind of funny.
I'm definitely putting my fucking vote towards worst trope as the mass abuse or physical abuse or getting beaten fucking trope. God, I fucking hate that.
yeah. The self-insert OC.
Harry has to get beaten by his family. Naruto has to be beaten by a mob in Konoha. Fucking everything. One has to be beaten because that's character development. Fuck off.
If Naruto isn't yearly raped by the mob, then he isn't properly getting character developed.
No. Or doesn't have a reason to hate Konoha and then all of a sudden turn around and, hey, I love Konoha now, I'm gonna be their hero.
I'm gonna unlock the hidden power within me that's actually 19 different bloodlines. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. God, it's the worst fucking... I hate that trope so much.
Yeah. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10:15. That means we should probably close it up here now. we've talked about all we should talk about today, and unfortunately, there's no one really around. I mean, Kaz is here, but I'm not gonna sit here and try and torture him with more Percy Jackson fanfic. It's way more fun when I torture people like Sign Jackson
Yeah. Plus,
or
I
Ruby
have been in the
fanfic.
Percy. Plus, I've been in the Percy Jackson fandom for years now, so I've kind of read most of the shitfics, and they're all basically the same. So it's less that you can torture me with it, and more that I'm more used to that fandom.
Yeah, that too. But yeah. So I mean, anyway, the rest of the fucking page is just a bunch of generic shit. Self-insert OC girl meets Percy, and she's really cool.
Yeah.
The college
You know what the worst?
letters. No power
Modern
AU,
AU.
but they're all in
Yep.
college.
And the
Son of the
worst bit
Moon.
is
Oh, Percy Jackson's the daughter of Artemis.
Silverball. Yeah, Silverball. Yeah, no, fuck that. I hate them.
That was a
But
terrible story.
also, the crossovers are all the same as well. It's all, this person's going to be the son of this god, but they were forgotten about and abandoned, and now they've come back with huge power. Or this person found out they're suddenly the son of this god, or the daughter of this god. Or all of a sudden this
my
god
favorite
from a
is
different
the,
pantheon.
No, even better is the whole Percy betrayed fix, where it's like Percy was betrayed by the gods and thrown into Tartarus, and then became the champion of like darkness and chaos and murder, and all of the gods in Tartarus made him their champion, and now he's like Omega Percy.
Yep. Worst bit is they probably literally mean Omega Percy because they make it an Alpha Beta Omega fic.
Yeah, then it's an Alpha Beta Omega fic, and it's his one weakness, and that's how they control him or something.
Yep.
Yeah. And so self-insert fanfic, female author. She becomes best friends with Nico. Self-insert fanfic where he's really cool. Percy Beth AU, no powers. Percy Beth AU, no powers, college. Percy Jackson, son of Kronos, where Percy is betrayed and then he ultimately unlocks his secret hidden heritage of his second god daddy, Kronos, and does stuff. Changing the future. Going back in time. Cool story. It looks like a self-insert OC going back in time. Cool.
Of course.
Chaos War. Tartarus has a plan of attack. They're gonna do something. It's involving Percy and Chaos, so I'm sure that's gonna be a fucking riveting, interesting story.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Self-insert OC meets Percy Jackson. Okay, Ragnarok. Okay, so we got some of the really cringe ass Nordic fanfic that Rick
rip off
Riordan
God of
wrote.
War. That just rip off, yeah, and then it ends up with the fanfiction authors ripping off God of War.
Yeah. Raised by her self-insert female OC, embracing her legacy of the Frostbound realm. She takes up the name Sally Jackson and then fucks Poseidon, and this is the result of their son. Oh, of course, yeah, Percy Jackson, half ice giant, half god.
Wow. Doesn't that mean that he's just got a full divinity? Essentially?
Yes. Dress code. Nico has a dress code, and now he's making out and having gay sex. Okay, very cool, author.
Very cool,
Order
but also
within
canon.
chaos. Yeah, I know. Order within chaos. A demigod's life was things would happen. Percy was sure things would happen. And so he gets into a relationship with Artemis somehow.
Yep.
Okay. Seeing the multiverse Greek camp. Percy Jackson has a fucking magnifying glass. Look at other AUs. Cringe. A broken guardian's blessing. Unexpected blessing. Percy is betrayed. With nothing left, Artemis decides to have sex with him. Crazy.
Why
the
is
final
this
battle.
such a common hand-in-hand thing?
Oh, because a lot of people want to see Artemis abused and or broken and or turned away from everything that she stands for in the Rick Riordan universe. Because in the Rick Riordan universe, Artemis is a basically unfixable bitch who is half of the problem. And
Yes.
so people kind of just want to see her suffer and or in Sign's words, get dicked until she's straight.
Yes. She's also a raging feminist, but yeah.
Not even like like second wave or something, like where they actually had
No.
a point. She's like fifth wave feminist.
Mm-hmm. She also does nothing. Like, she only takes in women and helps women, but she also does nothing for them. They're still just as broken as when she first picked them up. Literally, Zoe Nightshade was with Artemis for thousands of years, and Percy, in the span of one book, did more to fix her than Artemis did.
Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, a lot of people kind of just want to see Artemis reduced to not being book Artemis because she loves Percy so much. Or something.
Yeah, also people go with how the book Orion was also a giant that raped her hunters, and was like, no, Artemis deserves the son of Poseidon to love, wow.
Yeah, that too, yeah. The abyss between us after the final battle, Percy sacrifices himself. Tartarus, 5 years later, Percy is alive and hiding, and everyone's unaware of his survival. Indomitable human spirit, Percy Jackson died, or did he? Blah blah blah, human spirit, blah blah blah, testing the limits, blah blah blah. Featuring Percy Jackson times Artemis. Okay. It won't let me use my own writing, so I'm just calling it Percy Jackson. Okay, so literally this person is going to fanfiction.com to post their original story, and they made their summary. Yeah. They made their summary. It won't let me post my original story on fanfiction.com.
No, so the thing is, though,
Percy Jackson.
This is an AO3 author who uses original work only, and then when they came to another site to try and get more fans, they realized, oh, only AO3 has original work.
Well, no, there is literally another website for this.
Fiction Press?
If you want to post, yeah, Fiction Press. It's literally the sister website to Fanfiction, where you post your original works.
And they probably have posted to Fiction Press, but they're also posting here to try and get more fans.
That's a good point. Shame we don't see Giga Chat Orion fix. It makes sense as why he would hate Artemis and her hunters, probably Zoe too. Now that would have been a funny twist in Titan's Curse. That would have been funny. Yes. Fucking Giga Chat. Shadowed lineage. Persephone Jackson ran away at the age of 8. Wait, she's 52. Why is she so young? Who is her parents? Why can't she die? Why does she have a ghost as a servant? Follow Percy as she discovers the mysteries of herself during the Zeus's Master Bolt book.
Ew.
Oh, wow. Female author, gender swapped the main character and self-inserted them as the main character. How unexpected.
Daring today, aren't we?
Yeah, very daring today. Shadow of Olympus. Percy awakes one day to see Annabeth no longer at the house. Immediately, he suspects the Olympians are at fault, only to, find out that she's cheating on him. Betrayal. He gets violent.
Oh my god.
I have to get back to them. They're in danger. You'll never leaving this island, Percy. Okay, so whatever. So, whatever. Yeah, so like I said, honestly, nothing on this, like, I know we spent a lot of time today talking about everything but the Percy Jackson fanfics we were supposed
But
to
to be
read.
fair, there's nothing to talk about Percy Jackson. That's the thing. It's all
There
the
was
same.
nothing on the front page! All of these are boring as fuck or generic as fuck, which again, I don't really blame fanfiction for, but it does kind of make it a little bit hard to make an interesting episode
yeah.
about them.
Like, you go on to the next 3 pages and it's all the same, and then all the crossovers, they're all the same as the first page as well. That's the problem. I know Percy Jackson fanfiction. I know it's all going to be like that.
Let's see. Let's see.
It's
Is
just
the
not-
crossovers really as bad? Let's see here. Genshin Impact Percy Jackson. Fucking what?
Yep, and they're all going to be that bad. Trust me.
Venti, blah blah blah, freedom, creating new Mondstadt. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Nothing more than illusion. Maybe a Percy Jackson times Venti story? Question mark. Nope, it's rated K+, so it's just good fun. Well, I can't imagine that's an overly interesting story. Reaper of Rome, Bleach, and Percy Jackson. What if Ichigo was also a demigod?
Yep, and that's the start of it. It's always all, what if this and that is also a demigod? Blah,
Right,
blah,
right,
blah,
but
blah.
like, can you imagine? Ichigo is 1/4 Hollow, 1/4 Shinigami, 1/4 German Reich. I mean, fucking
Quincy.
And then 1/4 demigod. Like, holy shit! What fucking hell is going on with his parents? It's like... Oh god. How would that even happen, though?
You see, when the gods want to steal people from the German Reich, they'll imbue some of their... Nah. I don't know. Technically, technically Quincy's already, like, weirdly demigodish, because fucking Yoach is literally the son of a god.
Right,
and they're all
but the
descended
problem
from his
here
powers.
is, right, is that the death gods are also demigodish already.
Mhm.
And so if two
This man
demigods...
is like... This man is like 50% fucking god already, a
Right, but
quarter
like the-
fucking devil, and like a quarter human
He-
that is
he's
also
50%. He's 50% human, 50% angel, 50% devil.
Yeah. And you know what the worst bit is? Fullbringers all have a body part of the Soul King in
He's
their
got
soul,
all
which
the
is what
chromosomes.
allows... Like, apparently Fullbringers all have
Oh.
a piece of the Soul King in their soul, which is what helps them get their powers as Fullbringers. It's not just being attacked by a
What?
hollow, you also gotta have a piece of the Soul King in you.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That's new lore. So basically, he's literally like also divine human, not just regular human.
Jeez. This is what I'm talking about. So it's just like, it's like, it's like, okay, Naruto is also a demigod because Minato was secretly, Hermes.
Yes,
fine.
or Kushina was
But it-
secretly Aphrodite, or
Something like
you
that,
know,
right?
those,
but
those
it's
Otsutsuki
like,
genes came through.
right, but
bled
it's like, fucking Ichigo, bro's already 200% of a person. I don't think you can fit any more DNA in there.
Listen, the other 300% has to go into his sword.
Of course, right, my bad, yeah. But also, it's just like, what if Ichigo was a demigod for a reason? For a reason. And then trained in his hometown, and then had adventures between the main arcs of Bleach. What?
I mean, sorry, but how does he train in his hometown except against fucking gangs of regular humans that he kicks the ass of?
Or Hollows, who he kicks the ass of.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what would he even train?
Punch.
What? what god power could he possibly even make use of?
Depends on the god, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. It's just, I don't know, man. Percy
Let's just
Jackson and I don't know that crossover. Percy Jackson and Fate Stay Night. Okay, let's see. Percy Jackson and The Far Side of the Moon. Percy Jackson got binged by BB, so she creates a fanfiction Grail War to summon Percy Jackson.
Ew.
Which one is this?
And it's a giant meme.
Yeah, that was a big thing in fucking Fate Stay Night ever since the fucking Deadpool and a bunch of others and Ulquiorra summoned as servants in Fate Zero. That got really popular. But now you've got a whole bunch of people making fan fictions of different fucking characters from different medias getting summoned. There was also a big one which also had a sequel where Lelouch was also summoned as a assassinal caster
Oh,
and ends up winning.
wow.
Yeah. Like, it's all shit, but it got popular. So now there's a whole bunch of copycats, which is what this one is.
I'm not surprised at all, really.
No.
Let's see here. Golden Drops of Rusted Bronze. A Percy Jackson My Hero Academia story. People know about the story of All for One and One for All, but no one knows about the story of the Immortal. That's right, Percy Jackson is the OG hero that no one knows about, and he wanders into Japan one day.
Mm.
And I guess
as a
join the
wandering
academy.
hero does.
Wait, what's the author's name who fucking wrote that?
Hunting Kiddo 13.
Okay, no, because I was going to say that's a ripoff then. There's another Percy Jackson MHA one where Percy ends up in
God.
MHA and gets with Mirko. It's like 33 chapters, I think.
Oh,
I read
I
it.
know that one.
I think it was by the Akashic Gamer, or was it by someone who created
Yes.
this story called the Akashic Gamer?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but that's just a ripoff of that, Vic.
Justice League Percy Jackson. The Labors of Percy. The DC Girls. Percy Jackson one-shot series and where Percy Jackson fucks every woman in DC.
And makes Aquaman feel inadequate.
The Grey Dementor. Harry Potter Percy Jackson. Blah blah blah. Nico has dreams. Blah blah blah. Thanatos gives Nico a quest to go retrieve the Deathly Hollows of Harry Potter. But the Grey Dementor throws a wrench into everyone's plans. That thing's for sure. Nico's gay, Annabeth times Percy, and then Harry has sex with Thanatos.
What?
Okay. Sure, buddy.
I really don't
Let's
get
see,
that. Like,
Oncoming Storm.
where in any sort of media did they get that Harry was gay? I really don't get that.
Their own personal delusion.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Percy Jackson, Young Justice. Percy Jackson shows up. How can we handle him? Okay. Not really telling us much there, but it's got.
Never does.
It's by Greed 720, so it's probably either gonna be good or it's gonna be the most stupid shit ever, and you're not
Yep.
gonna want to read it.
Yep.
Greed 720 is such a fucking slingshot author of either
is.
it's a good story or you don't want to fucking touch it.
Or it starts off good and then it slingshots into absolute shit. Like he's fucking
True.
Percy is the son of. There was one where they wrote Percy was the son of a Titan, but he wouldn't tell us which Titan it was. And then when people figured out who it was, he gave Percy all these new powers and said, "No, it's still part of the Titan that's his father." And we're just looking at that, and the fans are just looking at us like, "What?" Because I'm pretty sure people figured out he was like Hyperion's son, But then he
Yeah,
gave
yeah.
him all these weird fucking powers, and people were like, that has nothing to do with the sun. It's like, yes, it does. I swear it does.
Yeah, it's just Greed is one of those people that doesn't like to be predicted, but they try to be unpredictable because it's
Mhm.
one of those things where it's kind of just like you're playing peekaboo with a lion,
Yeah.
and then you're shocked when the lion bats you in the face,
Yeah.
and it's like, hey, buddy, don't know why you're surprised by this. You know, you're only giving chapters of words that you are writing to people who like to analyze said words because they're autistic loners. If you're trying to hide a secret in there that you didn't want anyone to know, you shouldn't have written the secret.
Yeah.
Like, no one's pointing a gun at your head saying, you have to put the secret in, Joe.
Mhm.
Right, Percy Jackson's Titan father, or your daughter gets it.
You gotta keep it
Piece
secret
of
as well.
divinity. Oh, God. Why?
I told you, all of the crossovers are shit. They're all gonna be shit,
One
and they're not gonna
Piece
get better.
Percy Jackson, AU, slow burn, set before One Piece canon, will be epic in length, Percy Jackson times Calypso.
If there is anyone who shouldn't be in One Piece, it's Percy Jackson.
You know what's the worst part? Is they're probably even going to make him not... If I click on this story...
Will he not be a demigod?
Even it says AU. I think they're going to make him not a god. I think they're going to give him the ultra giga rare water fruit.
Yeah.
That's going to make him not seasick. And he's going to have water control powers. And he's going to be super special.
And he's gonna figure out how to create earthquakes with that water power, or when Whitebeard dies, he's gonna get Whitebeard's quake fruit as well instead of Blackbeard, so that he can be Percy Jackson.
Okay, so he starts off with cleaning Riptide. Okay, so we're starting off with him not...
Is it at Camp Half-Blood, or is this Riptide in the One Piece world?
Ooh, good point. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay.
No, Battle of the Labyrinth. This is PJ
Alright.
Percy.
Okay, this is PJ. Okay.
Still a horrible choice, but I guess.
Whimsical creatures. I mean, at least this author has more of an understanding of Percy Jackson and the Percy Jackson setting than the fucking guy we were talking about earlier, because he's like, yeah,
100%.
Percy's like, damn, fuck the gods, you know, gods are always going to be whimsical bastards, can't do anything about them, they have too much power.
Yep.
Lifetimes, blah, blah, blah. Well, was I always so philosophical, he whispered to himself? Yeah, this is actually
growing up.
decently
That's called growing
accurate,
up,
Percy. Okay, so he does some things, he goes to places, okay. Oh, and Calypso's just there. Oh, okay.
No, because she shouldn't be freed from her island, but you do you, I guess?
Yeah, so Percy just goes back inside, and the inside he goes to was a house.
Did he go back to Calypso's island, even though you can't actually make it there on purpose?
No, he's gonna go back to Big House. Okay, so we're at Camp Half-Blood.
At camp with Calypso free, despite the fact that Percy hasn't earned anything to free her.
Yet Percy has no appetite for his meal anymore, so he walked to the brazier, is about to sacrifice the rest of his food to his father. Then he was like, but wait, why can't I sacrifice food to other people? Oh, I'll just give it to Calypso. Okay.
Calypso's not a god, so that doesn't count. Calypso's not a god, so it doesn't count.
Nursed him back to full health and treated him very kindly. Okay. Wondered if Calypso would even accept his offering. Would it even reach her on her island? it seems like the little girl who tended to the hearth was not here tonight. Oh, so he doesn't know Hestia yet. Interesting. That's an interesting time frame to work with Percy in One Piece. I get it, I guess.
Did he ever learn about Hestia until the Battle of New York or Manhattan or whatever?
I think he learned about Hestia in the at the start of The Last Olympian, I think it was called.
Yeah.
But that's also the book where he became immortal, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. It does make him a little bit difficult to transfer him to a new setting. Um, he can almost imagine the fire burning brighter. Okay, It was the gift from Calypso. He's looking at the plant, and he's like, "Oh, hey, that's right, that plant Calypso gave me. Calypso's plant. I did
The
say I was
plant
gonna
from
try and
Calypso.
free her."
Which he did ask
Okay.
for at the end of the fucking war, which Zeus didn't do.
Yeah. What friendly titans? What about Hecate? What about Calypso? Blah blah blah. Okay. I mean, generally, he's got the characterization all right enough down. It's like not that bad, but
But the problem is he's choosing One Piece, a world
yeah,
where
it's One Piece is honestly, I think that's what it's coming to. Is the grammar's fine, the plot's fine, the characterization's fine. It's just
But
what
the
the
story-
fuck are you doing in
the s-
One Piece?
the story plot, especially because, no offense, Percy's not strong or fast enough to survive One Piece.
Yeah, I mean, right now he honestly isn't. To be fair, though, he's not strong or fast enough to survive any setting, pretty much.
Because he like, yeah, he's got good combat skills, but demigods still move at pretty human speeds, I'm pretty sure, unless they've got
Yeah.
some sort of godly parent.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, okay, honestly, the setup is
decent.
Yeah, I mean, the author's really going into explaining why this whole event is occurring, why he's ending up in One Piece.
The problem is he just chose literally the worst world to send Percy to.
Yeah, it's just that's wild. So I mean, kudos to the guy, but it's just like I'm sorry, AU, slow burn, set before One Piece canon, and you're gonna make it a
Also,
super long story. Like,
Also, I'm sorry, but Calypso was never slow burn. She fell in love instantly every time. She fell in love with Percy straight away, and she fell in love with fucking Leo or whatever straight away when he ended up on her island. It's part of her thing. She falls in love with the heroes that end up on her island basically instantly.
yeah.
Okay.
It's just I don't know.
I'm
This
back
is just
to freezing
wild.
my ass off, and we're talking about Cersei.
Yeah,
No,
Calypso.
Oh, the
Calypso.
other crazy island witch.
Yeah.
The OG Crazy Island Witch. But yeah, we read the story. Chapter 1 ultimately came out to be decent characterization. Now, to be fair, the guy did have an editor. So he was doing for the author what I do for Gray. So there was probably a significant amount of work being done on the chapter, which, hey, you know, I'm all for. Don't catch me the wrong way. I'm for that. But ultimately, Kaz and I came to the conclusion that despite the characterization being fine and the plot being decently paced and explaining why and what's happening and not just jumping straight into, oh, they're in One Piece now because fuck you.
Mm.
Oh.
Percy
The
in One
author
Piece
chose to
doesn't work.
put them into One Piece.
Yeah.
So it's kind of just like,
Buddy.
okay.
We only just entered the final arc. And by just entered, I mean we've been in the final arc for like 9 months.
Yes.
We're not finishing anytime soon.
But also,
Also,
it's not even that.
It's set before One Piece.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's set before?
I
don't
It's
know.
free, Luffy.
No,
it's
no, no.
free,
I don't, you know
Luffy.
what? Maybe I should just go stand outside with just a jacket on in 37-degree weather.
But no, the problem
It's
is,
gonna come back.
the problem also is, Percy doesn't have the speed or strength to survive One Piece. His water powers only work if he can actually hit them, which anyone with observation haki would see what he was doing and dodge him.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but he would work in the blue seas and maybe the first half of the Grand Line, although not near Subodi, where the slavery is. But I'm sorry, he's getting killed and Calypso's getting enslaved.
Yeah, he would dominate. He would dominate the blue seas.
Yes,
Easily.
but if he wasn't a marine dominating the blue seas for them, he's getting kicked by some higher up, and then again, Calypso's getting enslaved by a celestial dragon.
Yeah. The other meaning of hero. A hero has many meanings. For Izuku, it means a person who protects and sacrifices their life. Until the bomb quirk went off, he never considered the word hero could mean something different. Faced in a world of monsters, yoki, kami, and gods straight from myth, he'll have to learn and adapt if he wants to make it home.
I can't believe when Bakugo suicide bombed, Izuku jumped over him and covered him.
Izuku and Lady Nagant end up in the Percy Jackson universe.
No.
And they're apparently able to see monsters because of quirk energy.
I'm sorry, but Nagant is going to get either seduced or raped by Ares with someone who can create a gun out of their fucking arm.
Well, they end up in Japan, so.
So they're going to create a whole fucking new story that's going to be subpar and probably going to copy a whole bunch of other shit then.
Yeah.
Because they don't know how to fucking write. Ugh.
Son of the Moon Maiden. When Team 7 go to Forest of Death, Naruto fell to floor and meets his mom, Artemis. That's right. Artemis was actually fucking okay.
Okay.
See, my main issue with Naruto's mom being replaced is the whole premise of Naruto the story is based off of the idea that during the pregnancy that Kushina was having,
The
with
Nine
Naruto,
Tails.
the Nine Tails seal was released, and it rampaged through the village, causing the death of both Minato and Kushina in the end, and sealing the Nine Tails into Naruto, causing him to be a hated orphan. If you change the mother, that means either the Nine Tails was sealed into Artemis, which I highly doubt she would allow, or we're gonna pull some dumb shit where it's like, actually, Kushina was a fragment of me, and when she died, she came back to me
and
with all
gave
her
me the
memories. So
which,
I'm
oh
actually
God, I've
your
seen that so many
mother.
times.
Yeah, I've seen it so many times.
God, that's so bad.
It's such a cop-out excuse, too.
It is.
And you know
and
what? It only
Hagoromo
started
was-
happening after Apollo did that thing with the hobo. It only started happening after that.
Yeah, where apparently people were wondering how Zeus or all that didn't see Apollo as a hobo helping them out during the third book, I think it was, yeah?
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, he can split himself, and so all the gods can as well into separate avatars that eventually return. And it's like, no. God.
That's
You
not
know,
what that meant at all.
I think it's worth pointing out that
Mm.
if you're still gonna try and be like, oh, she was Kushina, she was just hiding or something. Naruto would absolutely punch her the same way he punched Minato at that point.
True.
Because now it's like, I'm mad at Dad for what he did, but I understand why he did it, which is why there was a hug immediately after. Whereas here it's like, so you just left me there and never came back and was just hiding for 17
Yeah,
years.
well, you weren't born a girl. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Even though she
Oh,
would have absolute control over that, as we've canonized with her. Now.
Yeah. But I'm only a fragment, so I didn't have control over that. Sorry.
Yeah. That would be the excuse they would use. True. Avengers Percy Jackson. Half truths lead to misunderstanding. I feel like I've read this story before. Yeah, published 2020. I might have read this before. Percy and Jason find themselves in the Avengers. When attempting to keep the world a secret and prove they are not a threat to the mortals, they try to explain themselves without explaining themselves. The Avengers get worried, thinking they could be an organization worse than Hydra, turning kids into soldiers, which lead to more problems. Okay, so it's actually a cringer story. I have not read this one. I read one where Percy ends up in the Avengers verse and is kind of just like, okay, well that sucks. I'm probably not making it home because I'm not that fucking smart. So I'll just keep my eye out, but otherwise, I guess I'll just start up a bar or something.
Yeah.
So this is one where actively the MCU and Percy Jackson universes are the same thing. It's a fusion world.
Ew. Especially because we know what Thor and others are like in fucking Rick Riordan's world, so that's stupid as well.
And on top
We
of
know
that,
what.
apparently the Avengers are all immune to mist because they didn't use the mist to obscure their sight to get away.
What?
Yeah. Percy Jackson, the classified Avenger of Chaos.
I'm just imagining Thor's dad dying like he does in that fucking movie, and then Percy's just like, "What are you talking about? He's over there as a janitor for this college." Which is cannot canon to the fucking Percy Jackson books is Odin hangs around a certain college as a fucking janitor.
Harry Potter PJO story, where Harry Evans, the demigod son of Lily Evans, and his foray into the wizarding world. Harry is not
No.
the boy who lived. There will be differences, and it's a massive AU. Alright, then what the fuck? It's a fusion world of PJO and Harry Potter, and it's gonna be a massive AU with completely original characters and OCs.
Yep.
Ugh. God, they're
Yep.
just so
Bad. And you know what the worst bit? I cannot even remember a single unique fucking summary among those. Like that could be the vodka I'm drinking, but come on. Like I
no,
said,
bro.
it
It's
all
like the
blends
same.
together.
Yeah,
It
it
all
really
blends together,
does.
and that is all that PGO fanfiction is. It's either all blends together with all the same shit, or it's some stupid like Percy is the guardian of the hunt or some shit like that. That's it.
Oh,
It's all the
Naruto
exact same
wakes up
shit.
as Percy. Oh boy.
Oh.
Naruto wakes up as Percy and he just wants to get home.
Yeah.
Oh, God, Percy Jackson is expected to do a lot of things. Cosmic battles and sorcerers gods. Sent hurtling through time and space into a different universe. And he has amnesia. Oh no. How will he change the face of Young Justice?
Damn.
Oh.
I was hoping that PJO crossover author that has that huge diaper and piss fetish wouldn't still be posting, but no, last updated story November 28th.
Thank God.
He is still posting.
The Sword of Heroes, Shiro Emiya, a young. Wait, he's still posting?
Yeah, delayed inspiration. I'll fucking post the authors.
Oh, I hope that inspiration gets forever delayed.
It's not. He's
Oh.
constantly updating. Last I said November update was November 28th, literally 2 days ago.
Oh, I thought you said like January 28th. I was like, oh, thank
No.
God.
No.
No,
This
no,
guy
that's
is
yesterday. He updated yesterday. No.
This guy is still updating, and guess what the reason is he keeps putting it into his fucking fix as well is, oh, this friend I knew went on a long car trip, couldn't hold it, and peed themselves when on the trip. So from then on, they wore diapers on every long road trip, and it still affects them to this day. We've brought this author up before on stream as well, but this guy,
we have, yeah.
he literally, it's either weird forced femination bullshit to the main characters. Every
Yeah.
single one has this weird multi-personality disorder, or they regress into toddlers, and it's so fucking horrible. Which is shit, because they do write well as well. Until those things came in, I was actually a fan of one of their works until they put that shit into their fucking fix.
So it's like Fairy Tale Dragon Slayer and how he originally was a decent author until he started putting a bunch of feminization and
No, not
stuff
even
like that.
like originally a decent author. He's still a decent author and writes well. He just puts that into every single fucking fic.
Oh, so it's like
Every
silent.
single fic. Yes.
It's like it's silent when
the
it comes
fetish
to
has to
fucking
be
animals.
Yeah, the fetish has to be in every single fucking fic, forced in even when it doesn't make sense, and it's got to be
Is it-
part of the backstory and a big part. And when
Chibi
people
Reaper?
complain, yeah,
Yeah, Chibi Reaper and her
Yeah.
dog fucking.
yeah,
Yeah, it's so yeah.
it's so bad.
Shiro Emiya, a young warrior devoted to heroism, finds himself in a new world after a mysterious rift opens up. Transported to the vibrant streets of Manhattan, he'll find a realm teeming with magic, mythical creatures, and hidden dangers. Well, I'm sure that'll go great for him. Especially with how the author's updating with 1K word chapters. I'm sure they'll devote enough time to properly elucidate their ideas. And certainly not under any
I'm just sitting here
circumstances.
thinking. I'm just sitting here thinking about how Shiro is absolutely going to have
Style?
brain hemorrhages. No, he's gonna have brain hemorrhages left and right because of all the divine blades lying around.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like a lot of those are gonna
Damn.
be divine constructs. You're like, he can handle them, sort of, but it hurts. And God
Yeah,
help him
like
if
even
any of
Celestial.
them are interpreted as Fade or
Yeah, and the thing
Celestial
is,
in origin.
and you know what the worst bit is? Even the Celestial Bronze, he could probably understand the people working on it, but he probably couldn't understand the metal itself because it is a completely divine metal. It doesn't affect mortals at all.
Yeah.
So, assuming that he doesn't get overloaded and dies on the spot with a brain hemorrhage, he'll have a lot of really cool looking swords in his inventory that he can make hollow shells of and nothing
Until
else.
Hephaestus goes, I'm gonna take your brain and turn you into an automaton to help me with my fucking sorting.
True.
Because he's a god. He's a god.
Hang on.
It doesn't
wait.
matter how good of a god Hephaestus is, he's still a god.
No, hang on. Is Hephaestus that much of an asshole in PGA? Because that is not something the original Hephaestus would do to the best of my ability.
Sort of. So he basically has this giant junkyard in one story, and they go into the junkyard, and one of the girls takes like a part for a model airplane or something.
No, it's a model from a card game, a character model from a card game.
Right, that's what it was. Yeah, takes a model from a card game from the junkyard, and it wasn't even like something that Hephaestus made. It was like just part of the
Something
junkyard.
just thrown away. Yeah, just thrown away and
Yeah.
ended up there.
It just ended up there in the junkyard.
It doesn't matter. You took something from the junkyard. Giant fucking prototype Talos comes and squashes you.
Yeah.
Like
just arbitrary
He
punishment
was still a
because
dick.
how dare you steal from my pile of trash.
Yeah, no.
No,
His
actual Hephaestus, be like, I don't appreciate you doing that, so why don't we work out a deal before we talk about a punishment? Like, as for
Yeah,
how he
that's
did with Shiro, it'd be like, yo, kid, you're cool. Do you want to learn how to actually make this?
Mm.
yo kid. Blessing. This is gonna be fun.
Like, Hephaestus is one of a
Mm.
handful of Greek gods who the worst thing you can say about them is that they're a Greek god.
Yeah.
Like, their affiliation is the worst thing about them.
Weirdly enough,
From
he
Yeah.
did
the
more
myths.
fucked up shit as a Roman god than he did as a Greek god, which is
No, that's not weird
usually
at
the
all.
opposite.
That's
No,
not
it's
weird at
usually the
all.
No.
opposite.
Not at all.
Usually the
not always. Like, I learned recently, certain fake characters like Medea and Medusa summoned under their worst legends. The worst legends came from the
Roman.
Romans.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like,
So the Romans were very much extreme in where they were like, no, Athena is not a war god at all. She's this like cute little tomboy girl who takes care of the house because she's passive. Like they are very extreme. They are one thing or the other. If they have tales about some myth, it's gonna be the worst version of that myth. If they have tales about some god being nice, they're the fucking shiniest sun to ever be a shine gold bar. Like they don't really have moderation in Roman tales.
no, not the Roman Empire.
Yeah, Roman Empire, famous for its moderation.
I don't know. Professor Dover Hattie and his unbiased view of Rome taught me a lot, you know.
Of course, yes.
You know
Son
what?
of Mischief and Moonlight.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will read a Shiro fic for
Yeah.
in PJO if
Yeah.
Hephaestus is like, you are mine now. You're adopted. You're going to learn the trade.
You are gonna be blessed, and you're gonna take it, and you're gonna make blades.
Are you telling me that you see their entire history, including the forging process, and you're not a blacksmith?
This is offensive.
Really?
You're now a blacksmith.
You're now going to be a blacksmith. You're not leaving.
I can see that, yeah. Yeah, so some cringe ass shit. Percy, OC self-insert.
Also,
Right.
Mr. Yeah, whatever, my new son. I'm taking you before Ares takes you to make him infinite weapons.
Yeah. Oh, Avatar, Legend of
Oh,
Perseus, of
Ares
course.
would love that too.
Yeah.
By the way, I thought you were gonna end the stream an hour ago. What happened?
We
to that?
were! Well, you know how it is, Max, whenever I say I'm going to end the stream instead of just ending it, is that we inevitably get caught up in a discussion that's actually highly relevant to fanfiction.
Yeah.
And then inevitably take another hour or two. You know,
Yeah. Plus, the longer the stream goes on, the less of a chance I'll be pulled into Dota. Even though I don't play
exactly.
I know what needs to happen.
Yeah.
I need to set it up so that when you start streaming, Parsec just opens the background. And I just have a red button on this side.
No.
No,
I don't think we will, Max.
No.
Alright, well, come back next Tuesday for more Twitch.